Hi. Oh, well. Hello, everyone. How's it going? Hope it's going well. Uh, yeah, a little technical error there. But happy to be back. My gosh, can't believe. One little button can mess up everything so terribly. How's everybody doing? I am still kind of building building my my screen here, so thanks for bearing with me. You know, when you have to do a hard restart on these older Macs, to slowly verify everything. And man, oh man, does it take some time. Okay. 1 second here. Let me check the chat. If there is any chat. Because I'm sure you all thought, oh, it's not going to happen today for Derek. Little did you know. Little did you know. I have the fortitude to keep going. There we go. Hey, Carrie Ann, how you doing? Yes. Oops. Sorry, I double audio there. Yes, I'm live on YouTube too. And also, what I'd really like to do, Carrie Ann, one of my ultimate goals is to also stream vertically, like have 3 streams going at the same time. Have a little vertical live stream, the classic horizontal one that you're witnessing here on Twitch, and also the horizontal on YouTube. But you know what I need? I need 50 subscribers on YouTube to do it. I'm at like 32, something like that. So if you haven't yet, I'd really appreciate one. But how are you doing, and how are things on your side of the world? What did you know? What did you know? There we go. Sorry, muting all the potential echoes here. Like I said, rebuilding my screens on the fly. And also, no echo, right? Just double checking, making sure there's no echo. Yeah, Carrie Ann's on YouTube. Oh, hey, complicated is good, right? You wouldn't be a writer if you didn't have a rich life to draw from, right? Oh, okay, no echo, and yeah, me too. Ugh, Carrie Ann, I get it. Uh, I get why you. I get why you. I want to say left, but fled is actually the more appropriate term. It's hard to. It's hard to kind of put on the face and like get into the writing thing when we know what's happening. And at the same time, it's like, well, writing is the escape, and uh, you can't be down all the time. You still have to put gas in the car. You still have to walk your dog. You still have to find time for the joy and remember what it is that we're ultimately going to be fighting for, right? Really loved Mark Ruffalo on the red carpet. What was it, the Emmys? Or I don't really watch the award shows. I just kind of see the highlights. And I know it's like my industry and I should pay attention. I just don't care about rich people handing other rich people awards, essentially. You know, it's such a hard group to break into, and um, and there's so much good work that goes unrecognized that to me it's a flippant process. However, I do appreciate his realness and sense of urgency, and I feel like when people do that, when people take time to say we shouldn't be bullshitting on the red carpet, it's really hard to put on the fake smile whenever the world's falling apart around us. What it does is almost grants like a permission structure. It gives other people the ability to go, right, I don't have to fake smile either. I can be pissed off. And, you know, um, during the last election cycle, we told ourselves, hey, it's important to vote, get the vote out there. Like, that's what you can do. That's the action you can take. You can organize in your community. You can become active in your community, and you can vote. Short of like getting into politics yourself. Sorry, I'm going to catch up on the chat because I know you're talking to me. Saying, you do have a new premise idea. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I was just going off. Oh, also, shout out to my mom who gave me a cute little stack of books mug. You got to be careful which side you drink from, but it is manageable. So adorable. It fits the theme. Okay, let's talk about your premise here. Merida, Yucatan. Best tortas anywhere. I love a good torta. I mean, I really get them off of food trucks, and I've never really had them anywhere else. But I'm always down for a great torta. At the risk of getting political, this is the time when writers are needed more than ever. Yeah. Risk getting political. The risk has already been taken and overstepped on the other side. There's no need for us to play it safe. You know, when there's so many lines that have been crossed, but they do it in such a way that it rings like the metaphor of the frog slowly boiling in water. But what's happening in Minnesota right now? It's just there's no pussyfooting around it. Like American democracy is, I don't know if you could even say it's under threat. It just seems like it's fallen. Like we're living under our fucking orange Hitler. I was listening to a podcast about a writer who specifically started volunteering their time. So maybe this is something else other writers can do if you feel this way as well. A writer volunteered their services to help the Democratic Party with messaging, right? Like words influence people. Things that we say matter. Using the right metaphor, understanding the perspective, understanding who you're talking to, understanding who is talking, all of those things that we talk about as fundamental writer's rules. The questions that you have to ask yourself before you start. Who is the story for? Who is telling the story? In what perspective? All of those things. These are good ways to volunteer your talent. To think about all of the things that made you think whenever you were young. You know, maybe it's true what they say, you can't teach an old dog new tricks, or maybe, you know, these Trumpers have completely like lost their identity in the cult, and maybe there is no getting them back. But how do we make sure that the generation coming up behind us understands the gravitas of what we're up against, and making sure that they're on the right side of the history, and give them stories that make them recognize and bootstrap the feelings of empathy and kindness and reason to their own lives. Writers are the people who witness and won't let the world forget, no matter how much evil regimes try to spin it. That mug doesn't serve coffee black, it serves it noir. Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, no. I think the public forum is a good way to do it, right? Like, I don't want to have to hide a conversation like this. I didn't have anything prepared to say other than that. Normally, I do try and keep these streams about the writing and the joy of writing, and allow it to be an escapist form of online entertainment or content or whatever you want to call it. But if it comes up, I'm going to say what I think. So just let me get a little more light in the room. The world needs a little bit more light. But yeah, important to stay vocal, important to, what else was it? You know, I know that people, going back to the Mark Ruffalo thing, I think he's just such a good example because a lot of people will say to the ether their opinions, they're trolling, of course. What does a celebrity know? These celebrities are just, what do these actors know? They should shut the fuck up or whatever. And what I like about Mark Ruffalo is that whenever he hears that, he seems to double down and lean in harder for what is right. And I want to do that in my own life as well. Oh, I see. I gotcha. Thank you. I do appreciate that, Carrie Ann. I do appreciate that. Let me ask you this, though. I mean, because it could just be you and I on the stream right now. Sharing opinions where we both equally agree with one another. But if we do want to pivot back to your premise, I'd love to hear it. I'd love to hear it. I just love to hear the creative thoughts. I want to hear the thoughts of other writers and share mine as well. I'll tell you what I've been doing recently as well. Because yes, I saw this coming long enough in advance to flee, but it's important to keep your wits about you and not immediately jump to despair. Yes, exactly. And also, what can I do as a person to take action in my own community to, like, and this is no judgment on you, because I know you left, but like, how do you stay and fight for what you believe in, right? I think your situation is drastically different than mine. Oh, it's on the Discord. Perfect. Let me pull up my Discord. He has a really cute mug. All right. Oh, I see. Yeah, these chats are very limiting. Okay. Let me, I had to do a whole, like, little restart, Carrie Ann, so my Discord's reloading. Let me go ahead and start prepping for how I'm going to show your work on screen. Okay. Jeez, everything. text. Go. Okay, and now let me go grab your work. Thanks for hanging out during these boring parts where it's just me clicking through. You're in feedback requests. Got it. Discord's still installing an update. 5 of 8. Over halfway there. Let's go, baby. In the meantime, how's the weather? And how's the political situation over there? Solid trade-off? Competency? Just curious. As me and my fam love Edinburgh. I know you're in Ireland, but maybe recently going to get a job that could allow me to transfer to the United Kingdom easily. So, you know, could happen. Feedback request. I'm in. Christini. I like the title already. Let's see. Pitch Bible. For the first time, I want to know what you thought of this premise log line. Oh, the Pitch Bible. Did you update it at all? If I look at it on stream today, is that the one that's on the Discord? Is that the one you want me to look at? Because I know the last time I had to like do a quick skim. Christini, a hyper-rational lawyer. Okay, let me put the Discord on. Actually, Discord. Let's see. Browser? Yes. Browser. Image, media source, and I guess that's it. Browser. Discord. Okay. Generally competent. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I got into writing because I was bad at math. All right, let me see. So we have the working title. It's called Christini, a hyper-rational lawyer discovers they were switched at birth by the fair folk. Now, when we say fair, do we mean like a carnival fair? Interesting. Hold on. Let me pull up Discord in a browser. I was using my online app. Why doesn't technology just work? Let's see. Open Discord in a browser. Okay. Sorry this is taking so long, but I'm incompetent, so I have a pretty good excuse. Continue in browser. Okay, I'm going to do something else. I'm going to I'm going to, oh, I can interact with it. Continue in browser. Jesus Christ. One second, Carrie Ann. I am so sorry that I'm like this. Let's do a screen capture. Let's just do a screen capture. Scored one browser. Window capture. And where's my Discord? Okay, that's easier. It's happening. It's really happening. I'm getting it. Look, I did it. It took me no time at all. Aren't you glad you're on YouTube and not getting stuck in ads while I do this? Scotland's basically the Vermont of the UK. Well, I've never been to Vermont, so I don't know. But I hear the syrup's nice. Let's see. Referencing Scotland, the UK has its problems, but it's not as bad as the US yet. That said, UK transphobia is not just institutional, it's cultural. If you're cis, though, I recommend it. It's a tough sell when you're like, it's good for you, but not for me. It's like, well, then it's not good enough, right? And I'm also in like a bubble here in California where, I don't know, you could say like, ooh, America is bad for the transgender, but if you pop into West Hollywood, which I'm close to, you don't feel that kind of heat. I would say that my advice would be, if you can leave the US, do. Even if it's an overreaction, it's an adventure. I do like a good sense of adventure. That's true. No. Oh, no to what though? Okay. So while you tell me what you're saying no to, oh, let me put it to you this way. I think the UK would be safer for me even with the cultural institutional transphobia. Can I just say that it even sucks that we have to have this conversation and that you have to literally move continents to feel safe as a human being? Just, I don't understand how the world got to be this way. I just don't get it. Since my opportunity was in Ireland, I ended up in Ireland. Yeah, that does make sense. Okay. Okay, let's take a look at your talent, shall we? The part of you that we should be caring about. Hey, let's see, go over the Pitch Bible on stream. Oh yes, let's go back to it. So we have this working title. Chris Teeny, a hyper-rational lawyer, discovers they were switched at birth by the fair folk. Help me clarify what fair folk means to you, if it's like carnival, or also sounds like a town of people who are like very well balanced, tough but fair. I don't know. Now she must navigate a Kafkaesque fey bureaucracy to find the human woman who took her place and convince her to return long enough to save her dying mother. It's Jim Henson's Labyrinth if the world was designed by Joseph Heller. Think Brazil, but with a happy ending. I can't think about Brazil and a happy ending. Then we're not thinking Brazil. But okay, I get it. So, uh, we're talking about a dystopian future. There's a lot going on. So, is the hyper rational lawyer? Oh, fair folk. You meant fey folk. Okay. So, okay. It has shitty wallpaper. I would love to deep dive into that metaphor. Carrie Ann says, long story short, America fell into fascism because it has shitty wallpaper. I'd like to know what that means, honestly. It's a great metaphor. One where I feel like I have a context clue, but I'm not 100% sure. But this hyper rational lawyer discovers her switched at birth by the fearful. Now she must navigate Kafkaesque fey bureaucracy to find the human woman who took her place. I think that's where I get confused. Is the human woman who took her place? Because in my mind, I'm seeing like, okay, there is a woman, and she's a hyper rational lawyer. She's in my mind a human being, but who? But oh, so wait, so the hyper rational lawyer must be Fey and not realize it, and in the Fey world, there's some human woman, and they were switched at birth. And if that's the case, how can a human woman save her dying mother? So it must be that there's because fairies, they have magic, or I'm guessing the magic is what's going to be used to save the dying mother. So we need to have you changed it. Oh, okay. A hyper-rational lawyer discovers she is a changeling, a fae switched at birth with a human by the fae folk. He could probably even just drop the fae folk. Just the idea of mentioning a fae switched with a human, I think we can infer that there's folk and the culture and all that kind of stuff. You want to make it as punchy as possible. Now she must navigate a Kafkaesque fae bureaucracy to find the human woman who took her place. In the fae land. See what I mean? Like in your premise, what saves the dying mother? I see. Long enough through bone marrow donation. So not magic. Okay. It almost could be like I'm gonna type a sentence into the Discord, and it's not gonna be the right one, but maybe the structure will show you where I'm going with this. Sometimes you could do reverse log lines, like in an effort to save her time mother, a hyper-rational lawyer must find the only person who is an exact match The only problem is that she is the Fey bureau. Just bureaucracy. Must go through to reach her. Okay, so this is a bad example, but this is what it is it's an example of the reverse log line, which maybe could help in this situation. In an effort to save her dying mother, a hyper-rational lawyer must find the only person who is an exact match for a transplant. And then this is where it kind of gets clunky. You could probably scratch the only problem already, like a Fey transplant. This would be a good place maybe for an M-dash. A Fey, a changeling that she was switched to birth as, and then the Fey bureaucracy is the obstacle. I don't really know how to phrase it yet, but also it's a little harder when it's not your own idea, because I think you have an idea of what you want this to be. I don't know, you see what I'm saying though, maybe? Just trying to get it down into the one sentence. Okay, I see you typing. I see you typing. And bone marrow is fine for the story itself, you know, whatever transplant you want it to be. But for like a log line, just to like help sell the idea faster. It's a transplant. She needs it before she dies. This hyper-rational lawyer. Here's what I find really interesting about what you have here. You do your script math very well, which is you put a hyper-rational human lawyer having to go through mystical bureaucracy. So everything that she's good at probably won't work for her as she's trying to move through the bureaucracy. I guess there's no other word for it. The red tape of the mystical world. And I think where you're going to find the fun is there's not a lot of cinematic moments and like having somebody move into an office and like fill out paperwork for 120 minutes. But what is Fey bureaucracy like? And for that, it makes me think of basically video games. Oh, your Fey bureaucracy are a bunch of side quests. Well, you have to get a stamp of approval from the Great Tree, and nobody knows where the Great Tree is except for Father Time, and you have to put in a certain amount of volunteer hours over eons in order to even book an appointment with Father Time, right? Like all of these like little quests that seem mystical. Which I think it's going to be tough to finally narrow down your log line. I think it's going to take probably some hours with something complicated like this, but your synopsis will be really fun to read. Or your treatment will be really fun to read. Okay, sorry, I see you working away in the Discord. Oh, here we go. In an effort to save her dying mother, a hyper-rational lawyer offers a transplant, only to find out she is a Fey who was switched at birth. Oh, that's a clear setup and premise. Now she must navigate the Byzantine rules of the fairy courts to reach the human who is the only genetic match for her mother. Okay. Let's see, because I didn't know Byzantine. I'm gonna look it up. You're teaching me a new word today. Relating to Istanbul. Excessively complicated and typically involving a great deal of administrative detail. Okay, I see, I see. Great use of the word. I've never had to use it before. Clearly smarter than me. I like it. So we have, so your logline contains your protagonist, hyper-rational lawyer, um, the premise, her want, her goal to save her dying mother, the obstacle. Turns out she was switched at birth, and there's kind of two obstacles in here. The obstacle being switched at birth, therefore leads her into the promise of the premise, which is I have to navigate fairy bureaucracy, or else, or else her mother will pass away. So you have a ticking clock in there. It has all of the elements. That's interesting. I like little thought pieces like that. I would watch that if it were on Netflix or something. YouTube, I don't care. I would watch that. Okay. And then you said the pitch deck, huh? Let's take a look at the, is that on screenwriting? Yes, Backcountry, Pitch Bible. Okay. Give me a second to open up the PDF. And switch off of my Discord. This is my screen capture. This is PDFs. This is window, and where is it? Backcountry. Backcountry. Wow. Shut this down. This is huge. Okay, so we have, this is Backcountry. Oh, I see. Oh, sorry, I'm adjusting it and ruining it. 1 second. Okay, this is a little better. Okay, here we go. Sorry, let me check the chat and see if you wanted to throw anything else in there. You said, oh, just out of nothing, finished up the only required academic essay for my court. Had to write on an aspect of Aristotle's definition of tragedy. I ended up doing mine on Lexis diction. Oh. Oh. Okay, so to the vampire, yes, the vampire show. Okay, put this down, minimize. Let me take a look at your work. This is Backcountry, a gonzo gothic neo-noir survivor punk Vegas vampire story. Cool. I like the neon in your font. I also wonder, like, if you couldn't play around with downloading some fonts, like like actual neon, or if there isn't like some sort of like Vegas inspiration for the font choice. Now, like I said, I like the font being neon, the outline of the color with the white inside as if it were like lit up by neon gas. But the Gonzo Gothic Neon Neo Noir font that you use um, also might look good with using this as backcountry. Have you played around with it? Or, I mean, I'm going to get nitpicky because I know you've been working on this a lot. I'm expecting it to be really good, so I'm going to just I'm going to hone in on little details, right? I tried looking for one. They were a bit hard to read. Okay. So, on your first page, we had the log line. In neon-drenched Las Vegas, Caleb, a traumatized vampire detective, Dutch Angle, his romanticized inner narrator, and Pants, the razor-sharp murder victim he turned, hunt the serial killer who murdered her. If they fail, Pants' death is meaningless, and Caleb loses his only lead to the vampire who made him. Premise. Backcountry is a gonzo gothic neo-noir survival punk vampire series set in a Las Vegas where the undead survive not in castles, but in abandoned industrial parks, storage units, crawl spaces, and 24-hour Denny's and mothers' basements, operating in the city's shadows not because they are monsters, but because the system has no room for people who can't work the day shift. Got you. Special elite. Here, let's see. This doesn't feel like the log line, though. Caleb, a traumatized vampire detective. Because we have, okay, so, but remember, like, so this is still kind of, the logline still feels like a precursor to the premise as opposed to just being the logline. We just need the protagonist, the person who we're going to follow throughout the entire series. I'm going to take a look at the logline for what we do in the shadows. The reason being is because I know that's an ensemble, and here you have a detective, the unlikely sidekick, Pants, and a narrator, which has a different name, and it feels very clunky at the top, and you want it to be smooth, and you want somebody to go, ah. Even if you keep all of that stuff in the series, they'll learn, right? But I don't think, did the log line for Dexter say Dexter is somebody who has an inner voice called the Dark Passenger, and he's a serial killer who hunts serial killers. Dexter. Dexter TV show log line. Let's just take a look at what they did. Because you don't have to take it from me, but you can take a look at the industry professionals, right? A documentary film crew follows the nightly lives of a group of ancient, eccentric vampires struggling to adapt to the mundane challenges of modern life and cohabitation in the 21st century. Okay, so I just call them the ensemble of vampires, but you could also maybe scale it down to Caleb and Pants and call them an unlikely undead duo or something like that. Dexter says, a blood spatter analyst for the Miami Metro Police Department who moonlights as a serial killer, only targeting other murderers who have escaped justice, all while maintaining a normal life and hiding his dark secrets from colleagues and his own sister, a fellow cop. Okay. Yeah, no mention of like the Dark Passenger or the the narrator there. The log line needs to be really, really sharp. You can maybe talk about the narrator in the tone section, because if you're promising a detective noir, then you're also kind of promising a voiceover. You give us the setting, which is kind of cool. But remember, it's got to be flawed protagonist, their goal, their obstacle, and what's at stake if they do or don't get it. If you can like keep it boiled down to those 4 things. So loses his only lead to the vampire who made him, but why? Can you become human again if you kill the vampire who turned you? Like, what's at stake if he were to find the vampire who turned him? Like, what does he need or want? What does your character want? Let me check the chat. Let's see. Do you know where to look up log lines? I literally just went into Google and said, what is the log line for Dexter TV show? What is the log line for What We Do in the Shadows? Yeah, most of the time, you know, I know AI sucks sometimes, but sometimes an AI overview will just search everything for you and just bring it up, which is nice, I must say. So these came up in the AI overview of a Google search. But here, I'm going to paste these into the chat for you, because I'm just reading them, and I know that doesn't help you. So where are you? Here we go. This is the What We Do in the Shadows, and then this is the... So you don't have to look them up like I did. You could just have them. Can I not copy this? Well, allow me to copy it, and I won't. And then it's, oh, too much. Here we go. I'll give it to you. Hiding his dark secrets. There we go. And there's the last half of it. There you go. Right? Good way to keep your logline sharp is to just, you know, those shows have been made. They've gone through so many stages of development. They passed through so many hands. These log lines are as sharp as possible. They're always good to like rub yours up against to see how it's feeling. But with that being said, we can continue. And go through your premise. We talked about the work the day shit. Caleb Trist, a vampire who believes he has to be ruthless to survive, investigates crimes at the seam between human and supernatural society, while his inner voice and better angel, Dutch Engel, insists on narrating the world like a 1940s noir epic. I would just say maybe also leave "and better angel" out, because now it's about readability and maybe like um, who calls himself or itself Dutch angle. Just because you have angel and angle, and oftentimes people will, I don't know, just kind of get those words confused or assume like did the writer get the words confused? Um, but if you could put even more distance between them, maybe that could work as well. When Caleb turns pants, a trainee blackjack dealer in a moment of panic, solely to preserve her testimony to her own murder, she isn't willing to indulge Caleb's pity party and becomes a sidekick. She isn't willing to indulge Caleb's pity party and becomes a sidekick, or become a sidekick and become a sidekick. And if she isn't willing to indulge Caleb's pity party, then why does she become a sidekick? I would just say, like, how can we move through this? Um, because that's like a relationship dynamic that we'll probably see in the scenes. Like, hey man, I don't give a shit how sad you're feeling or how many dashboard confessional songs you have to listen to before you get ready to go out and to the day. Blah blah blah. I'm who I am. I need what I need. Um, that happens in a scene that gives the scene richness, but we're just talking about premise. So whenever you say this is the premise, you need to deliver on just the premise. You're kind of welcoming us in with the setting. I'm fine with that. Caleb Trist, he's a vampire. He believes he has to be ruthless to survive, and investigates crime at the scene between human and supernatural society, while his inner voice, who calls itself Dutch Angle, insists on narrating the world like a 1940s noir epic. When Caleb turns pants, a trainee blackjack dealer in a moment of panic, solely to preserve her testimony to her own murder, she becomes his unwitting or unwilling or resentful sidekick, period. She's brilliant, furious, and undead in the worst possible way, fully conscious of what was taken from her and unwilling to disappear politely. Boom. She isn't willing to. Or become a sidekick. Oh, I see. Okay. Isn't willing to become the sidekick. But you know what's interesting too is because she keeps sticking around. So how do we tell your audience what she is, right? Well, she isn't a sidekick, but she's always around. Okay, then what is she? So let's see. Partner, cohort, companion. A partner kind of says equal standing and shared responsibility. A cohort is like a neutral term to describe someone who's part of a group and constantly accompanying someone. A companion is a person who spends time with someone and implies a close association without a necessary power dynamic. And an associate is a person who often is in somebody's company, typically for the shared interest or work. You can have a mate, a chum, a buddy, a pal, like an informal way of saying a companion that doesn't really suggest sidekick, or a colleague. If you want to give her a more negative connotation, which I don't advise, a hanger-on, a tag-along, a follower, a minion, a lackey. Hmm. And you know what? If Sidekick honestly sells it, even though this character doesn't see herself as one, you can call her the unhelpful sidekick, the stubborn sidekick, the um, the the wild card cohort, right? She's always in the picture, but she has her own agenda. And we also might, even though she might not feel like a sidekick, you as a writer have to take a step back and be like, well, even if she doesn't want to be called a sidekick or be looked at as a sidekick, is she? You know, that could be the arc, you know, where she, at some point in the series, realizes, like, after leaving Caleb Trist on his own and not knowing anything about the vampire world or how to exist in it, that she does need him in a way, that maybe like he's tracking down his own person who turned him, that there is some sort of ethereal bond that keeps their I don't know, that keeps their relationship connected, important to her. Let's see. Your fix is she isn't willing to indulge in Caleb's pity party or become his sidekick. Instead, she and Caleb form a partnership of necessity. She's his best lead. He's her only guide to on life. Okay, yeah, and then I would just cut the first sentence where it would almost go, uh, when Caleb turns pants, a trainee blackjack dealer in a moment of panic, solely to preserve her testimony to her own murder, she and Caleb form a partnership of necessity. She's his best lead. He's her only guide to unlife. We don't need the pity party or her unwillingness to become a sidekick. Um, Even by bringing it up, it makes it the issue. But if you never mention it, then your reader never thinks of it, and they will automatically think of her as someone with her own sense of agency instead of a partnership. You're the one who mentioned the partnership. Um, so just don't put it in their minds, and I think it'll read really clean. Okay. Fully conscious, unwilling to disappear politely, yeah. With the help of a ragtag community of undead, they uncover cases that expose how power, capitalism, and fear quietly farm both humans and monsters, turning survival itself into a political act. With the help of ragtag, uncover cases that expose. So let me ask you this, because this could be really fun, and you could potentially start getting some dollar signs and some producers' eyes if you answer this question. Is this a procedural? Because when you say case by case, um, it makes me think SVU, Law and Order, anything by Dick Wolf, I guess, and as a producer who might want to fund this, which is who this pitch deck is ultimately for, they're thinking, wait a minute, can I get 30 seasons out of this? Will this be my Supernatural? Right? I think actually just saying it out loud, Supernatural would be a really great comp for you, especially if you're talking about a case by case basis. That show ran forever and made a lot of people a lot of money, and that could be a really great hint in your tucked away within your creative pitch deck. In which case, I would say case by case, with the help of a community of. Is it all undead, or are there werewolves? Are there fairies? Are there there's definitely vampires and mummies. I don't know, but I mean, is that the kind of situation you're going for, or is it just humans and vampires and no other mystical stuff in between? Because if that's true, you can keep that ragtag community of undead. But I would also say, case by case, with the help of a ragtag community of the undead, they uncover how power, capitalism, and fear have turned the act of survival itself into a political act. This noir, where despair isn't the point, endurance is. Staying alive becomes resistance. That's fine. Gonzo Gothic. Oh, these are all your terms. Gothic horror told from the inside out, monsters, immortality, and decay filtered through a subjective, emotional, often darkly comic voice. It's not about making the supernatural beautiful or distant. It's about making it personal, chaotic, furious, immediate, intimate, and uncomfortably human. It recognizes that horrific things can still be absurd, and absurd things can still be horrific. Okay. Neo-noir. We still keep talking about vibe a lot. If this isn't a procedural, then you need to tell me in the premise what it's all building to. What is the big climactic big boss? Like in the premise, you didn't mention Caleb is in pursuit of his maker, the person who turned him. Seems pretty pivotal to me, and seems like it should definitely be a part of the premise. Make sure your premise is a full 3 acts, because I'm not getting like a sense of a conclusion or your third act in the premise. I'm getting vibes. This is what it is. It's going to feel like this. It's going to feel like this. It's going to feel like that. It's going to feel like this. Well, are you directing it? Because you might not have a say. You know, somebody might be like, hey, this is a really great premise. Carrie Ann, can I give you X amount of money for this? And that amount of money for this might make you go, yeah, go ahead. I have plenty of other ideas. I'd love to sell this one out. Please take it away. And then it isn't Neon anymore. And then it stars Ariana Grande or whatever it is. There's some things that that we focus on that might not be in your control. But it's your job to sell them on a story and make them see, oh, I get it. I know where this is going and how I can continue this for X amount of seasons. Procedural episodes. Let's see. All vampires, at least in the first 2 seasons. So True Detective or Fargo, which is self-contained story. Okay, cool. So, like, that's good to know, right? I just had to ask it of you, but it should be in here. It should be in here. And I did have a first instinct, which is like, I know you were putting all of your asterisks here for Gonzo Gothic, Neo Noir, and Survivor Punk. But I was like, I kind of didn't want to read breakdown of what these terms meant because I feel like I already got it. And remember, we keep talking about it's not about this, it's this. Don't tell me what it's not about. Tell me what it is. It's not about saving the world. It's about refusing to disappear from it. I think that's fine. I just keep in mind overall. It's something that I noticed in your writing, and you've done a really great job on scaling it back, like using them like M dashes, picking the right moment to use them. I think Survivor Punk is fine where it's at. It's not about saving the world. It's about refusing to disappear from it. Survival itself is a political act, where Cyberpunk says, look how broken everything is, and Hope Punk says, look how we can still be. Survivor Punk says, look how long we've stayed alive anyway. Not heroic survival, not pretty survival, messy, exhausted, stubborn survival. Values found family over institutions, humor. Okay. I mean, I do like them. They do help. And I know that you're trying to find a way to say what you want to say. And this, I will say, is a clever way to do it without seeming overwritten. That's kind of fun. I do wonder, it just seems like here's what I will say as well. Keep in mind that the definitions that you have outweigh the amount of premise that you're giving me. What does that say? You know? It almost might be kind of cool if the log line and the premise were up here, and like in a real book you had like a line going across the bottom, and can you tighten these up for your asterisks like they would be in a novel or book reference. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. You asked for opinions, and I'm just trying to come up with stuff. Tone, yes. Having your comps here, fantastic. This is Backcountry is a supernatural noir drama about marginalized vampires clinging to survival in Las Vegas, a city that never sleeps but still demands you live in the day. Vampires are hunted, misunderstood, and forced to build community in the cracks of a world that fears them. But see, like, now that I've read all this, like, this feels like redundant information. So how can you maybe move Gonzo Gothic, the hot button points of Gonzo Gothic, neo-noir, survivor punk, and then work them into your tone? And then also, just from a design point of view, this page feels very out of place because here it looks gorgeous, it's all unified, but everything here is so dark and neon. But look what you do right here. You have white text over black, and I just feel like you should do the same thing with tone and keep this whole thing dark and neon and sharp. It's the tone page, the vision board. So you have this one like little cutout that feels like an odd little island on its own, but maybe it should look more like your bottom right square here. Vampirism is being trapped in a body you don't understand. It's living under a sun that's a loaded gun. It's being bound by rules written without you in a world that still expects you to obey. It's a queer survival metaphor wearing fangs, blood, and satire. That's great. But you call it a supernatural noir drama, but we just spent a bunch of time going over neon noir. So maybe you can combine and then concise, you know, like because you say the same things in a bunch of really, really cool ways, but I think it's probably one of those times where you've done so much work on this, it's time to kill one of the babies, right? Like, even though it reads really, really good, you might just have to pick one, stick with it, and trust that it works and sticks in the reader's mind. Let's see. Into tone, mood board for a full 2-page spread. Yeah. Vegas of backcountry is a place where just because something is ridiculous doesn't mean it's dangerous. It's noir first, black comedy second. Cool. And maybe even in here, I mean, if you're going to say noir first, black comedy second, maybe there's a place to put procedural. And you can hint at it with a case-by-case basis in the premise. The humor comes from desperation, bad decisions, and noir fatalism. Not jokes, but characters who know their lives are absurd, keep going anyway. The comedy doesn't undercut the horror, it sharpens it. Okay. Let's look at your comps. Pluribus, excellent. Fargo, dope. Out of the Furnace, Elvis. Yeah, very cool. And isn't Pluribus great? So fantastic. Love that show. Okay, essential characters. Caleb Trist. Gen X vampire. Law school dropout. PI wannabe. Film buff. And general disaster. Lives on the fringe of Vegas with nothing but guile, petty theft, and Dutch angle. The diegetic narrator lodged in his skull. Dutch talks like a 1940s detective and functions as both Caleb's tortured conscience and the show's atonal signature. Combination. Long-term arc with person. Yeah. Fucking yes. Feckin' yes, Pluribus. I forget that now that you're over there, you have to say feckin'. Hold on, sorry, I gotta ban somebody on my Twitch. Give me a momento. And ban. Okay. Taking care of business. Okay, so let's keep going. Caleb wants two things that don't coexist: to stay hidden and survive, and to finally know who turned him into a vampire and why. Underneath the cynicism, Caleb is sharp and improvisational, able to read people quickly and talk his way out of situations he has no business surviving. He's also impulsive and self-sabotaging, with an instinct to run even from the people who care about him. Caleb's deepest wound, before he was turned in 1998, he was mind-controlled into killing innocent people. Did I say 1988? 1998? He was mind-controlled into killing innocent people. Becoming a vampire felt like an improvement. Now the compulsion is to feed, not to murder. He wants to be good, but believes he can't be, making horrible choices for noble reasons and noble choices for the horrible ones. Over the season, Caleb discovers the truth he's never allowed himself to consider. He wasn't discarded, he was protected. Ooh, okay. Some good stuff in there. Maybe it would be cool to throw them a little bone, right? Like, can you give an example of the noble decisions for the horrible reason, and the horrible decision for the, I forget how you put it, horrible choices for the noble reasons. Like, and then the moment that they put the moment you put a specific to it, one, they're going to be like, oh, she has ideas. Because sometimes with these pitch decks, it's really easy to be vague and hide the ball. But just remember that your viewing audience is never going to see this. These are for the people who are going to work with you and give you the money to make the thing. So you have to use this pitch deck as a way to build their confidence in your ideas and your ability to write. So if you have the idea of like what Caleb does in order to get something terrible he does to perform a noble act or vice versa, here would be a good place to put that example and really like solidify that you have this down. Season 1 arc, Caleb begins as a ghost moving through Vegas. I would be careful of your word choice here. I know ghost is thematic, but you're already talking about vampirism. And I did have to ask you, are there ghosts, are there fae, or is it just vampires and humans? And you had to clarify, just vampires and humans. So careful here. If you begin Caleb as a ghost, you might think of him as like a kind of like walk through walls ghost, pushing everyone away while hunting a serial killer whose pattern matches the murders he was forced to commit in the 90s. By season's end, he has found family, responsibility, and the beginnings of purpose, even as the truth about his sire pulls him into deeper danger. Also with season 1 arc, this is good, but if you have it, if you really have the layout for this TV show, say it. Don't hold the ball as much as possible. Whatever you can share with them about specifics, do it here. Caleb's going to owe money to an underground vampire casino. There's a vampire mob who he has to take out one by one until he gets his lead in order to lead him to the vampire sire, something. You know, because now we just want to escape vagary as much as possible and like start showing off your specific ideas for the show. Pant's nickname comes from a truncated high school email address. After she's turned, she reclaims it, choosing Pantessa as the name she survives under. Cool. Pants, the final girl who refused to stay dead. Pants is the female lead and audience surrogate, a blackjack dealer turned murder victim who wakes up undead and pissed. She's not here to be anyone's sidekick, least of all Caleb's. She wakes up confused, traumatized, and covered in blood, then plants her feet, picks a new name, and dares the world to try her. She finds mentorship in Angelina, partnership in Stellion, and Stellion, and eventually trust in Caleb, though not without dragging him through every ounce of his bullshit. Or maybe like dragging him through every ounce of his own bullshit sounds like a weird way to phrase it, but maybe like, though not without challenging every ounce or every word of his bullshit or something like that. When the pressure spikes, Pants is often the most functional person in the room, even if functional looks like fury. Season 1 arc, Pants' story is a reclamation of agency. She refuses to apologize for her anger or her monstrosity and learns to live with the cost of being a vampire. The alternative is being a victim again, and that is not an option. Cool character arc. Let's see. We have Angelina, a vampire mama bear with a poker face. Angelina is disciplined, controlled, and painfully aware of the cost of caring. She survived once by building her life around boundaries and emotional distance, the only thing that never betrayed her. Angelina can read Caleb in a single glance, and she refuses to let him hide behind charm, guilt, or fatalism. She's his ex, his anchor, and often the only person who believes he can be better than his own mythology. But what does she want? She becomes the heart of the found family, not because she's soft, but because she's steady. Not because blah, blah, blah. She's not. Because she is blah, blah, blah. To get rid of those knots. Begins as an exhausted caretaker who's sworn she'd never take responsibility again. By season's end, she's forced into leadership she never wanted, choosing between protecting the people she loves and staying invisible in a world that punished her the last time she stood out. Give her an active want to pursue, I would say. Like, right now, she seems like a two-dimensional character. And I'm not sure why this character exists other than being the love interest. But if you need a love interest, if you need a love want, if you need an emotional pursuit, you can make that clear. It's okay to be broad in that way for the pitch deck. Otherwise, I'm not really seeing the purpose that she serves to the story that we've been pitching. Okay, Stellian. I think I have one for her, but it would require a bit of a rewrite. You only need to rewrite this pitch deck. You don't have to rewrite your whole pilot. That's most likely going to change anyway once it gets into development, right? Stellian is the only vampire on the main team who can operate in daylight. Heavy sunscreen and layers of makeup let him pass but never blend. He glitters, literally, and has learned to live with being visible in a world that survives by hiding. He's not physically imposing, but he's indispensable. Stellan can read the psychic imprint left on the dead, echoes no one else can access, making him a key asset in the investigation. His instinct is always to help, even when fear or common sense say he shouldn't. He begins as the underestimated member of the group, useful, liked. Wait, member of the group, because it starts off with Caleb Trist being a jaded detective noir who already takes on his unlikely not sidekick. How does he become a member of the group? Especially for somebody who's like trying to not be seen, like a ghost moving through town. That just brought up a question for me for consistency. Stellan begins as the underestimated member of the group, useful, liked, but rarely trusted with real risk. When Pants needs help breaking Caleb out of a concrete prison, Stellan shows up with a sledgehammer and no hesitation, proving that courage doesn't always look loud. Yeah! See that's a great moment where you're like, there's going to be a scene somewhere in this series where we have to bust our hero out of a concrete prison. Dope. Excellent imagery. And you've told me that however many episodes in advance that this is going to happen. You have a plan that gives me faith in this project. Okay. Okay, let's see. Antagonists. Ritter and Wilcox, the street level pressure. They're not villains. They're the consequences. Homicide detective Ritter and Wilcox function as the good guy antagonists, the people who create danger simply by doing their jobs well and getting closer to the truths the vampires can't afford exposed. Ritter sees patterns others dismiss, knows when to go with his gut. He's stubborn, decent, and dangerously correct. Wilcox, more expertise than experience, intelligent, perceptive, tech-savvy, and rational, persistent, enough to unravel the supernatural even when he doesn't want to. Okay, interesting. They're the FBI bullies from Monster of the Week show, but realer, sadder, and not wrong. They embody the world that won't make room for vampires. Not malicious, just relentless. Their investigation is a ticking clock, forcing Caleb and Pants to act before Ritter and Wilcox piece together the truth of their own. Remember, not malicious, just relentless. Like, keep telling me what things are not, right? Also, with these guys, there's usually archetypes, right? You called them the guys from the Case of the Week, other monster shows, but not wrong. But more specifically, you either have peas in a pod or opposites attract. When it comes to a duo, you literally have these people on screen, they share a page together. So, with that being said, I see your comps as like an older man and a younger, more fit guy with a cigarette. But Ritter sees patterns others dismiss and knows when to go with his gut. He's stubborn, decent, and dangerously correct. And then Wilcox, you say more expertise than experience, intelligent, perceptive, tech savvy, and rational. But they have their own relationship to each other. And I think you could be even a little, I hate to say this, but you could be a little bit more two-dimensional with these guys so we grasp the concept faster. Ritter is older, has a wealth of experience that he draws from, and goes with his gut. And the moment that you describe Wilcox as it's less about expertise than experience. That's a little confusing because Ritter also has expertise through experience. I just want to make sure that you're not saying I have two of the same character. I think that might be the sentence that threw me, because what you're saying is you have the old dog who knows the tricks of the trade, goes with his gut, and has a keen understanding of how people behave because he's been in the force for a long time, while you have the opposite, which would be Wilcox, who is new to the force, uses technology, Googles everything, and is highly logical and doesn't have a use of his gut. But together, they're an amazing force to be reckoned with, if only that didn't threaten the life of our protagonist, right? I think just maybe a little clearer there. I see what it is, but I think we can move through it faster, and you can paint with a broader brush and give us a clearer picture faster. And then we have Joshua, Violence Without Myth. I think, is this one page? This is all, so you have three characters on one page, and then you do Renfeld and Blood, or Blood Red, or something like that. This looks funny in the design. I think you need to unify this design, because I think you just need to unify the design, or give Renfeld his own page if you want to do this kind of vibe. But Joshua is a man made into a murder weapon, not a vampire, not a mastermind. Stop telling me what things are not. He was the human horror the audience mistakes for the season's villain. Joshua is a serial killer. Okay, maybe that's what you need to do. A man made into a murder weapon. Joshua, skip that first sentence here. This can go. Joshua is a serial killer whose MO mirrors the murders Caleb was forced to commit under mind control in the 90s. He's the nightmare Caleb thought he buried, now walking the strip with the same cold ritual precision and the same type of victims. Function. Yeah. This thing, not a vampire, not a just all of that could go. It gets in the way of me learning. Renfeld, king of cruelty. Sadism is sequence. Sadism in sequence. Okay. When we first meet him, Renfeld is a Vegas Elvis impersonator. Harmless, campy, forgettable. That's the trap. By the time you realize what's underneath, you're already bleeding. Renfeld isn't monstrous by nature. He's monstrous by choice. He doesn't just kill, he erases identity, hope, agency, forcing his victims to participate in their own undoing. He turned Caleb and Joshua into serial killers and believes Caleb and Pants are just more pawns in a decades-long feud with his old rival, Dracula. Renfeld believes cruelty is the most reliable form of control, and Las Vegas is his perfect laboratory. Okay, maybe give Renfeld his own page, I guess, or reformat this. Unify. Yeah, exactly. Oh, sorry, Carrie Ann, I'm checking you in the chat. Hey, Edward Scissorhands, how's it going? Well, we're reviewing Carrie Ann's pitch deck for This Is Bat Country. So if you have never seen a creative pitch deck, we're going through one right now. It's meant to accompany a script pilot, a TV series pilot, a show. Yeah, thanks for being on the stream. I appreciate having you here. Be sure to like, subscribe, give me a follow. And if you're also interested in writing or screenwriting, this is the industry side. Not only do you have to be a writer, you have to be able to put together a presentation of your idea. So right now we're kind of just wrapping up the character section of this pitch deck. Let's see how much more we have to go. Okay, not much longer. Here we go. Dutch Angle, Caleb's inner detective. The narrator that won't shut up. Dutch Angle isn't a character. He is a symptom with swagger. Carrie Ann, you're starting to hear it too, right? How often you say something isn't something, it's a something. It isn't something, it's something. It isn't something, it's a something. We've gotta strategically use those. It's something to punctuate a really, really strong idea. It's not a crutch to fall back on. Just be more direct here. He's the noir detective lodged inside Caleb's skull. A running commentary born from trauma, guilt, and a lifetime of watching too many black and white movies on insomnia nights. On insomnia nights? Maybe that'll make sense once I read the script, but I'm not sure what that means. It also personifies the voice inside of his head as if it doesn't belong to Caleb. And if it doesn't belong to Caleb, how did it get there? Where did it come from? Or maybe or people are going to assume it's Caleb, or some sort of split personality kind of situation. People will try and rationalize it. So if you have a fix for it, tell them ahead of time, or you can just let them wander and just let it be the style of the show. But it's good to work with intention if you can. Let's see. He's more than mood. He's a psychic fracture, a coping mechanism in a trench coat, a voice only Caleb and the audience can hear. I think we know this. This is a little redundant. Caleb thinks Dutch is just a quirk. The truth is, Dutch knows Caleb better than Dutch knows himself. Dutch isn't just a voice, he's the lens, and the world of Bat Country is crooked, tilted off its axis, disorienting, a Dutch angle. The Dutch angle is clever, but you're saying everything, you're saying the same thing over and over again. And if anything needs a half page, maybe it's this character. Maybe give Renfeld the whole page because it's the big bad. Maybe you could split Renfeld and Dracula into a whole page, but we don't need all this for a narrative tool with a clever name. Dutch is the diegetic narrator, the atonal anchor, and this was said earlier in your premise. We already covered this, so keep looking for redundancies and eliminating them. You want people to get this fast and quick. If you want them to get to the end, you just can't be redundant. Think of this. Think of put yourself in their shoes, right? You have stacks of these. You have 100 of these that you have to look at today before you go on your weekend, and or you have to get to your dinner reservation. You're going to give the first one a really good read. The second one less so. The third one less so, and then it's going to be what is it called? There's a phrase for things get now my brain's fried. Things get less good with more volume. Law of diminishing returns. Thank you, myself. There's a law of diminishing returns, right? So depending on where you are in the pile, the slightest thing is going to make somebody like roll their eyes or toss it to the side, or you might have good enough of a premise that somebody takes this and throws it into the maybe pile to reconsider for later, but they still don't even finish your deck. See, right now I'm already kind of like, let me just get to the end. World building, throwing out the vampire rulebook. In backcountry, vampires aren't obsessed with power or style. No vampire kings, no masquerade parties, no velvet thrones. Survival. Survival is the only thing they're allowed to have. A lot of no's, a lot of what things aren't. They squat in abandoned industrial parks. They live in storage units. I think we talked about this up top as well. Eliminate redundancies. Daylight doesn't kill them with a scream. It kills them with erosion, not because they want to die, but because one day they stop caring enough to be careful. Interesting. That's interesting. Here are the only hard and fast rules of the supernatural. Vampires are real. They must feed from living humans or starve to death. Survival requires community. Isolation kills. This is how you pitch deck. Just this section. Not the whole page. Not all of world building. What you have in bold should just be the world building, right? Because if you talk about the neon covered world of Las Vegas, well, that fits in tone, so I'm glad that you didn't put it here in world building as well, because it easily could have gone either way. And the reason that I bring this up is because if you feel like tone's overwritten, or if you feel like premise is overwritten, but you don't want to lose those creative insights, maybe you can cut some of the stuff that you've already used and replace it in the world building, because world building is also tone. It's a fine line between world building and tone. Let's see, but other than that, there is no vampire monolith, no single rule book, only loose guidelines and contradictions. Stellian, for example, is a glittering daylight-capable vampire, a twilight-adjacent outlier in a world that survives by hiding. Heavy sunscreen lets him pass, but never blend. Other vampires reflect wildly different mythologies: gothic, romantic, folkloric, absurd. Yeah, like in this world, Dracula and Twilight can coexist, right? Like, that's what you're saying. And I like that. Tell me the rules. I need rules. Like, if you're too vague with your audience, their imagination is going to drift off. Just like when you're writing, right? It's really nice to give yourself boundaries. You could say, Carrie Ann, you can write about anything. Go ahead, write about anything. And somebody will hand you a blank piece of paper, and you'll go, okay, I'll write about anything. write about? What do I write about? What do I write about? I want to write about, oh geez, well, if it's anything, You know, like Carrie Ann, I need you to write about bananas. It's like, okay, well, at least I have a place I can start. Where do bananas come from? Who likes bananas? Like, there are questions that you can ask yourself to eventually force your path into a banana narrative. Here is the same thing with the world building when you're like, this is neo-Gothic and there are no rules and everything's kind of loosey-goosey and full of contradictions. It's like, okay, well, I didn't really tell me anything, but whenever you tell me vampires are real, they must feed from living human beings or they will starve to death, and they need a community to survive because they are the outcasts of their society and no one makes it alone for long. Wow, cool. I know this world now. I know what I'm getting into. Almost, if you can do that and be that direct about it, I almost want to like get that information a little earlier, probably before the characters. And then we have supporting characters, and I'll do the same thing, which is which an executive will do, be like, I don't really care. I'm going to move past the supporting characters because I'm only interested in the main characters. For speed, you might even want to lose this page because I'm either sold already or I'm not. I'm sorry you put the work into it, but you could also fill it with more tone here. And then let's look at your Season 1 engine spine. Season 1 runs on an inverted mystery engine. We know who is killing. The question is why and who benefits. Soon, a second question emerges. Who is Caleb Trist's sire, and how are the two mysteries connected? Each episode advances 2 ticking clocks. Human law enforcement getting closer to the truth, and Caleb uncovering how deeply his own life was engineered. By late season, the mystery appears to be solved. Renfeld is the mastermind controlling Joshua and Caleb in the 90s. Pants isn't avenged, but she's well on her way to building her new life as a vampire. And Caleb's sire, Dracula himself, who turned Caleb to Renfeld from using him. But just before the end, Caleb realizes the season was never about vengeance or justice. It was about weaponizing trauma. Caleb, Joshua, and Pants have all been used as bait. Survivors weaponized. Like, this is great. I want to get that earlier, just because I might not make it. If I'm an executive, I might not make it this far. I think some of this Season 1 engine belongs in your premise. And spine. Let's look at spine here. Fallout or incident. An episode opens with an aftermath of violence, a new body or stabilizing event connected to Joshua's pattern or the consequences of the previous episode's actions. Crime is not a mystery. The meaning of it is. Pressure from the daylight world. Ritter and Wilcox advance their investigation. I would just say, if you could be more specific here, the consequences of the previous episode's action. You could say the murder from the previous episode or the revelation. I don't know. I like the format because this makes it seem procedural. I like the spine. I don't know what to do with it. Normally, I've never really seen the spine outlined like this in a creative deck myself. But this all should just kind of be premise, or where the premise is. This is great. This shows a really great insight into how you plan to accomplish this. Makes it feel procedural. It makes me feel like you have a sense of where the story is going. There's a lot of like buzzwords and vagaries up top, but nothing is more like sexy in a pitch deck than a writer conveying, I know exactly what's going to happen and how it's going to play out and how I'm going to roll it into Season 2. Get specific. Don't hide the ball. Let's look at the last slide before we have the final image here. Why the story? Why now? This is Backcountry is a story about survival after the worst thing has already happened. We live in a moment obsessed with monsters, but deeply uncomfortable with survivors. Stories still favor clean justice, clear villains, and trauma that resolves neatly. Real life doesn't offer that courtesy. The series begins after the violence. The damage is done. What remains is consequence. Who benefits, who survives, and who is forced to live with what they've become. The vampires in Backcountry aren't metaphors for power or sex, they're metaphors for people who humanity is treated as optional. Forced into hiding, adaptation, and community under pressure, they're managed by systems that claim to protect society while quietly deciding who counts as fully human and who doesn't. The horror isn't what they are, Carrie Ann, isn't what they are. The vampires in Backcountry aren't metaphors. Just tell me what they are. Just tell me what they are. It's how easily their suffering is justified. This is a noir for a world where truth doesn't save you, it just costs you more. A story told night to night about people who keep moving because stopping is worse. Cool. Love it. And obviously I was being very, 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 very nitpicky, but this still has a lot of great content in it. Let's see. You have these great images down here that you might end up losing, but look at all this blank space design-wise for you to put white text over, right? Because this Dutch angle page, fantastic. Renfeld over red. Fantastic. The white text over the characters, fantastic, right? Your comp page, fantastic. Even this vampirism, fantastic. I would just keep striving to make everything look like the series. This textured book page is very neutral and safe and totally fine, but if you can, tone everywhere, if you can. Okay, but great job, Carrie Ann. Great job. Okay, let me go ahead and close this. It's 2:12. Let's go back to here. Oh, here I am. Okay. Where is my... Oh, there we go. Okay. There it is. All right. Let's take a breather. We were just had our head into we had our head in vampire country for quite some time. Okay. Let's take a look at the calendar here. Our schedule. I promised the schedule. It is 2:13. Wow. I dove into my own writing time for this. But that's fine. I don't mind sharing time. But it's time for me to edit my own thing now. The Ropesman's Tale. No problem, Carrie Ann. And hey, great idea. I would love to watch this show. I just want to say, I know you come here and you ask for like critiques and notes, and I have to give you the stuff. If I tell you it's great, it doesn't help you change anything, right? But I also want to take time out outside of like change this, change that. These are my feelings on this. Change my feelings on that. Great show, great premise. I've already told you this. You already know. But that's a show I love to watch. And normally I don't really like vampire shows because I like to eat when I watch TV, and whenever something gets like really bloody, I kind of like lose my appetite, or I like cringe at the neck bites sometimes. And but this one sounds cool. Okay. Forgive me, I have to restructure my whole shebang. Let's go to my pages, documents. Okay. Okay. Let's open up. Okay, here we are. Me Alpha, thank you for my little dancing dinosaur. You know I love it. You know I love it. Welcome, welcome. Me Alpha, thank you so much. Also, I know the reading and writing live streams aren't as popular as, like, video games or being a cute girl with cat ears eating food close to a microphone. But if you could pop over to YouTube, give me a follow. You don't even have to watch me, but I am trying to get to 50 subscribers, so I can start streaming vertically, and those numbers always help. In case you haven't done it, it would be really nice. Appreciate it. Let me see. Let me check my chat here. Working on this one. Oh, thank you, Carrie, and I appreciate that. It's okay, it's okay. Man, I make stupid little mistakes all the time. You know what, Carrie Ann, if it helps you too, like, while I was editing my novel here, I had a user pop on and say, you notice that every paragraph in this chapter starts with a T, like Thomas or the, and I just was so into it, caring about other things, that I didn't notice that other weird thing, something that I wouldn't normally pay attention to. And I was grateful, and I went back and I rearranged some sentences so it looked less, I don't know, terrible. Okay. Look, let me get my work up. So what chapter are we on? Chapter 15, The Widow's Drop. Okay, so I'm going to read into where I stopped just to get a sense of story, get my mind back in my own voice. Okay, so let's do it. 3 days had passed since Mayrick had rode off, and no doubt told Devereaux of the changes to the gallows by his appointee. Don't need this. Three days of restless preparation, of testing and adjusting the pulley system, checking and rechecking every bolt and knot, and now the moment had arrived. The gallows loomed before him, the new frame reinforced, the new system in place. The noose hung still in the morning air, waiting. The execution square was already filling, a growing hum of voices swirling in the air. The people knew something was different, even if they didn't yet understand what. Thomas stood at the base of the scaffold, jaw tight. See, my thing is, I always do a tight jaw and an unreadable expression, Carrie Ann, and I have to look out for that myself. But I'm also shaping up basically like a. This isn't the vomit draft, but it is still close to a rough draft. He couldn't afford to falter, not now. Murmurs from the crowd thickened as Devereaux's entourage arrived, riding through the square with deliberate ease. Cuff, Mayrick, and Blunt dismounted, their eyes sweeping over the gallows with measured disinterest before settling on Thomas. Further back among the crowd, Catherine watched. There he stood, not dead but elevated, above her, above the condemned. The man who should have hung now held the rope. See, I did it here too, but I only did it this once. His fingers curled into her cloak as she stared at him, her face filled with vitriol. I think that these are out of place. This belongs with Catherine's sentence. There he stood, not dead but elevated, above her, the condemned, above the condemned. I don't even need the condemned. It's really about his relationship to her. The man who should have hung now held the rope. Thomas glanced at her only briefly in a silent acknowledgement. Then the warden's voice rang out. "Bring forth the condemned." Voices of the crowd grumbled and whispered as guards emerged, escorting the prisoner through the square past the gathering spectators. Widow Goodfellow walked with measured steps, her chains rattling softly as they dragged against the stone road. She was a frail woman. Her back was straight, her eyes awake with the pain of grief. Her hands, though bound, remained steady. The crowd fell into a hush as they recognized her. A widow, a woman, a life that had once moved among them now marched toward death. Thomas clenched his fingers around the rope. He had received the order for her execution the day before, but it had not made it any easier to see her, to do what had to be done. Widow Goodfellow's gaze swept the scaffold, the noose, then settled on him. She could not see him behind his black mask. A moment passed between them, unspoken but heavy. Thomas Derrick, she whispered, her voice carrying just enough to reach his ears. Thomas took a small step back, surprised. Ah, so the rumors were true. Even behind stone walls, we've all come to know ye. I'm taking out my old English and replacing it with something more formal, more easy to read, more modern, even if it's anachronistic. A bastard to the end you'll be. Widow Goodfellow only stopped berating Thomas because the warden began to read her charges aloud. Murder and treason. Mary Goodfellow stands guilty of slaying the Queen's former executioner. She is sentenced to hang by the neck until death. Long live the Queen! Thomas's mind was on Widow Goodfellow's silence. He had heard that most prisoners wept, raged, or bargained. She simply waited. The noose dangled beside him, the pulley glinting in the sunlight. He guided her forward a step and slowly pulled the noose around her neck. A wave of hushed mumblings spread through the onlookers as their attention shifted from Widow Goodfellow to the unfamiliar structure of the gallows. Their unease grew as they took in the frame and the ropes threaded through pulleys. What's this? Someone called from the crowd. This isn't how it's done, muttered another. An older man, arms crossed, scoffed. A woman ought to get the same as any man. Thomas tightened his grip on the lever, resisting the urge to glance toward Devereaux's men. The warden, sensing the growing agitation, lifted his voice. Justice shall be done as it is commanded by Her Majesty's court. But the grumbling did not cease. Widow Goodfellow stepped forward under her own power, her movements calculated. She spat on Thomas's feet. Goodfellow lifted herself onto the tips of her toes to settle the noose into its place. It was wrong for a woman to be so willing. It unsettled the crowd. It unsettled the crowd more than if she had fought. The throng erupted. Hang the hag already! And this is where we stopped. This is where we stopped editing. So, here we're going to make some of the following changes. Devereaux should be under house arrest here. So, originally this was written as Devereaux in the crowd was in the crowd witnessing this firsthand. Now it needs to be his lackeys going back and reporting to Devereaux. Devereaux doesn't get to escape the house often. We do know that he will take a quick detour during the time that Queen Elizabeth allows him for a chapel, kind of hiding under his ability to be a religious man. But let's keep going. We're going to change the stuff in the crowd, and we're going to look more closely at sentence structure, layout, word choice. We're going to get a little more picky now. The warden's voice rang out once more. Do thy duty! A hush fell over the square as Thomas took a breath. Thomas could feel the edges of the lever pushing into his palm. The widow turned her gaze back to him. Her expression resembled joyous vengeance. Was she smiling? He set his stance. The pulleys were oiled, the rope measured to the right length. It had to be enough. The warden gave the final nod. Thomas pulled the lever. The widow fell. The rope snapped taut. We don't need this. A sickening crack echoed across the square. No gasping, no struggling, just a single breathtaking moment. The crowd did not cheer. They did not do anything. They simply watched. Widow Goodfellow's body hung, lightly swaying, her neck twisted at an unnatural angle. Her limbs... Let's see. I'm doing the Carrie Ann thing. Did not thrash, did not tremble. There was no desperate gasp for air, no prolonged struggle. The system had worked as intended. So let's redo this. The crowd. I do like the opposite of what it was the last time, but we can't overdo it, right? The crowd held their breath. Unmoving, unblinking. Widow Goodfellow's body hung, lightly swaying, her neck twisted at an unnatural angle, her limbs limp. Her life gone. The system had worked as intended. Clean, decisive, absolute. The only movement was the faint sway of her skirt in the breeze, the rope creaking softly, as if whispering in elegy only the dead could hear. Then, slowly, whispers rippled outward. Some nodded approvingly, others turned away, unsettled. They had come for a theatrical dance of pain. Instead, they had seen efficiency, which was perhaps more unsettling than the brute carnage they had become used to witnessing. Did I say witnessing twice? Come for the theatrical dance, seeing the efficiency, unsettling the brute carnage they had become used to. No, I guess, okay, that's fine. Devereaux remained seated on his horse. This is wrong. Devereaux's men stood I like that. I like because their lackeys were stupefied. Or as stupefied as the rest of the crowd. Oh, stupefied. Their eyes locked on the swinging widow. It was impossible to tell whether they were pleased or not. Catherine was still. Stood still. In silent fury. Her hatred. Let's combine this. Catherine stood still. Her hatred had nowhere to go. Thomas, his hand still gripping the lever, felt something worse than failure, success. The execution square was slow to empty. The familiar cheers and triumphant calls to celebrate justice were replaced with, see, Carrie Ann, if you're still here, I'm trying to be mindful of my own thing here. I don't want to be a hypocrite. Okay, the execution square was slow to empty. The familiar cheers and triumphant calls to celebrate justice were replaced with the sound of uncertainty as the viewers drifted away. That's redundant. Or it just needs to be its own sentence. The viewers drifted away, glancing back at the scaffold like it had become something unnatural. I like that vibe. Oh, you still here? Yeah! Okay. Let's see. Coward's work, a woman muttered while walking away. I feel like I used muttered a lot too. There's a lot of muttering and mumbling in crowds. Catherine did not leave. She stood, rooted where she had been since the start, her eyes fixed on Thomas. She had come expecting to feel something. Closure, satisfaction, maybe even relief. But watching him now, not as a condemned man, but as a quiet force behind this new execution, she felt none of it. But watching him now, cut mercilessly is what I say. But watching him now, she felt none of it. She watched him. She had watched them pull the lever. She had watched the widow fall, her nails dug into her palms. If justice was not to be found in his death. Well, we know this. We don't need this. If justice was not to be found in his death, then where was it? Okay, ships of Devereaux's men fidgeting. And it's like a nice word, like a good word for kikiing amongst men in Elizabethan England, huh? Let's get some chatting synonyms. I want them to prattling amongst themselves. To one another. The axe had been tradition. The axe had been spectacle. Here, let's change it up. The rope and beam had been tradition. The axe had been spectacle. This was neither. Okay, so now we need to do some heavy lifting here. Here, I have to rewrite the whole end of this because, because Devereaux isn't here. So let me read through it and see. Maybe while reading through it, I'll get an idea for how I want to fix it. Check the chat while I still procrastinate and give myself as much time as possible. Here we go. He had finally dismounted, his boots landing with a deliberate thud. He walked slowly to the scaffold, cloak trailing behind him. He stopped at the base and regarded Thomas for a long moment. Then in a quiet, measured voice, he said, "The Queen will be pleased, and the people?" Thomas had no answer. He was sure there was one. Devereaux's men looked at Thomas differently now. No longer just a headman. They saw a man who had engineered something new. The warden, too, regarded him with thinly veiled caution. A man who changed the method of death held a different kind of power. So I can actually delete this. And this. Okay. Thomas had not just carried out the execution, he designed it, built it, perfected it, and they all knew it. Redundant. The square was nearly empty now. Only a few officials remained, seeing to the body. Thomas had not moved. He stared at the lever, the rope, the scaffold, everything but the widow's corpse. His hands felt heavier than they'd ever felt. Had he made executions better, or had he simply mechanized them, transformed them into an act devoid of ritual, fear, or meaning? Ugh. This is too much pontificating for him right now, and this is not what he's thinking about. No, this is too philosophical. That was still too much from the vomit draft, probably. I don't care about the mechanism. I care about how my character feels. A voice broke through his thoughts. The body is unclaimed. Thomas turned. The warden and a handful of officials were speaking low amongst themselves, eyeing the corpse. The medical examiner confirmed the death with a simple nod. There was no doubt the widow was gone. Unlike the highwaymen, no kin had come to collect her. No one grieved her openly in the square. She would not be taken home. The men debated her fate. Donate the body to the anatomist or bury it in the common grave beyond the city walls. No ceremony, no marker, forgotten by morning. Thomas realized so I know it's kind of like a different variation on no, but without a ceremony, without marker for a grave. Maybe this is where I need to keep it. Because what I'm trying to do here is convey the truth of what it's like to not be a claimed body in Elizabethan England. There's a whole section of common graves where they just put people, unfortunately. When Devereux, let's see, Thomas realized that would be him someday. That's why this is important too. Thomas realizing something about his future. I don't know why I did the M dash there. I know why I did it for like dramatic effect, but it's too much. Don't need the italices. When Devereux no longer found use for him, when he was no longer needed, it would be lowered into a hole, nameless. No procession, no headstone. Just earth and silence. The procession and the gravestone is the ceremony and the marker. I don't need to be redundant about it. By the time the body was cut down, the last of the officials had dispersed. A small coin purse had been left for Thomas on the edge of the scaffold. The payment for services rendered. Beside it, a cloth bundle containing Widow Goodfellow's few possessions, tattered gloves, a woolen shawl, and a pewter brooch missing its pin. They were his now by law. He took the brooch and left the bundle where it sat. That evening, just before dusk, Thomas walked to the narrow path beyond the city walls. The common ground was a patch of earth with no gate, no stones, just long grass. No stones. Okay, no stones, just the long grass and a sunken fence. He stood a distance away as two gravediggers lowered the wrapped body of Widow Goodfellow into the earth without prayer or without so much as a prayer or word. When they left, Thomas stayed. He stood above the fresh mound, staring at the shape the soil took. He didn't know what he was meant to feel. Pity? Guilt? He felt only quiet. Sort of stillness. Like the kind. Came after hard rain. Okay. Okay, okay. Chapter 16, The Unseen Line. The candlelight was low in Frances' chamber when Devereux entered without knocking. She looked up from her writing desk, not startled, only resigned. Resigned. He rarely visited from his room unless sleep evaded him, or something was gnawing at his pride. She put down her quill. Was it swift? Devereaux poured himself a measure of wine from the decanter without answering. He stood at the window, staring out the narrow strip of the garden below, barely visible beyond the lattice. Lattice. Too swift. Apparently. Blunt said. Crown was stopped. Francis rose and crossed to him. That was the appointment, wasn't it? Point, wasn't it? There was no noise, he muttered, just a drop and then silence. People are tired of blood. Perhaps they needed silence. He turned to her, studied her face as if searching for an old map he once, searching through, searching, and old map he once trusted. They used to shout, throw rotten food, call for heads. There's order in chaos. It tells you they're afraid. You fear they're thinking now, she said softly. Devereaux did not respond. Frances returned to her desk, though she left the parchment untouched. She waited. Always she waited. Instead of this, because he didn't go, right? It's more like, you know, whenever maybe you guys have encountered this, but you get the people in your neighborhood who like retire and they kind of run out of things to do, so they are all constantly looking out at their windows and come out of their door and being like, you can't park there, or get your ball out of my yard, or whatever, you know, like the things that didn't matter before, they have to find matter and purpose. And so I'm kind of feeling that maybe this is what's happening to Devereaux in this moment, where he has a strategy. He wants to have an executioner in his pocket for the coup that's about to unfold, and the fact that somebody invented a better way to hang people is weighing on his mind. And from his wife's perspective, who doesn't know about his coup, but maybe can infer it. I think she's trying to say, you're focusing on the wrong thing, right? This whole thing here, your attention should be your family. Let the queen the new executioner is the queen's problem. My father And then Devereaux's going to cut her off. Devereaux huffed. Her father's name, Walsingham. Oh, let's go ahead and ignore the spelling. Was a weight between them. Her father had not earned his power through conquest, but through her father had earned his power through curating, whoops, wrong side, curating a vast lattice work of secrets. Talked about, I just said lattice. Let's be direct. He was the Queen's spy master. Sir Francis Walsingham had made a science of suspicion, selling fates with quiet truths. Where Devereaux moved with soldiers in steel, Walsingham dealt in ink, silence, ink and shadows. That's why it's soldiers in steel, ink and shadows, so it feels balanced. I don't need that M dash. Overdoing it on the M dash is probably worst of all. He still had the ear of the Queen. Frances, not only his wife, but daughter of the Queen's shadow. Was his wife. Yet, then alone, now made her dangerous. Does this flow well? YouTube chat crew for life. What's up? What's up? Oh, I guess that means you got my text, huh? I'm checking on my computer. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's fine. I'm responding to your text via YouTube. Okay. Still getting my writing done. Okay. Okay. Would he be displeased? I watched a man do his job well. Devereaux asked, a voice tight. Frances didn't answer. She didn't have to. I don't know that this plays anymore. He drained a cup of his sweet wine and set it down with more force than necessary. He wasn't meant to become anything. Just a person to bring justice through death. You've been restless lately, Frances said carefully. I've seen it before. He turned for the door. Robert, she said. He paused. Before she could say any more, the door creaked open behind him. The chamberlain's voice, half-whispered, announced, Sir Francis Walsingham requests a word. Devereaux's body tensed. From the shadows of the hall, Sir Francis Walsingham stepped forward. his presence as quiet and disarming as a closing book. I don't know why I said that. He's an older man now, hair thinner, back slightly stooped, but his eyes dark and sharp as flint, missed nothing. Let's see. With thinner hair, his back slightly stooped. His eyes, dark and sharp as flint, missed nothing. The air between the two men was already crackling with things unsaid. Ah, Sir Francis, we were just speaking of you. I took out the silence. Deborah continued. None of this subtext now. None of this bullshit. It's terribly overwritten. Walsingham's eyes... Oh, we were just speaking of you, Deborah. Walsingham's eyes connected with his daughter. The Queen listens through me, Walsingham said simply, and so far I find the whisperings of discontent in the city troubling. This is very announcing. It doesn't seem very... Pray, what news? Pray, what news do you bring for us? Walsingham's eyes connected with his daughter. I like the idea of Devereaux talking to him and him being like, I'll talk to you. The Queen listens through me was something I said earlier. So I don't need it here. Thank you. Appreciate it. Check the... Let's see. Where are we at? And so far I find the whisper. I don't know what to say on so far. I find the whisperings of discontent in the city troubling. Devereaux gestured loosely toward the cluttered table near the wall. Covered in parchment, sealed letters and ledgers, marked with the sigil of the sweet wine monopoly, the trade he once leveraged for favor and now used to feign stability. Tis a shame. His job is never done. As for me, I have more barrels than blades these days, bitter as that may taste. He did serve the crown, so this is kind of a weird thing for Francis to say. Something like that could be the fix. Devereaux chortled. By not serving the queen, I am acting on her wishes. 'Tis the only true way. It is the only way to truly serve now. Walsingham tilted his head slightly. The queen sends no reprimand, not yet, but I am here in person, which should trouble you more. Instead of reprimand, he's already been reprimanded. The queen sends no reprieve, not yet, but I am here in person, which should trouble you more. Step closer to Devereaux now, just enough to let the weight of his presence settle. You've changed methods. You've made a clean death look civilized. Are there any more plans that we should know about? Any surprises? Devereaux stood frozen. Robert, Francis said, her voice quiet. Nothing of note. Sir Francis held him in place at the final look. One part curiosity, one part promise. Then he turned. I don't like that. Then he turned. Steps precise and quiet, disappearing into the corridor without a farewell.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Oh, you can't help me. Robert, Francis said again. He faced her this time. Don't let his silence fool you. It isn't peace, it's the sound that precedes the storm. I don't like this. Robert, Francis said again. Devereaux left her chamber without a word. That's drama. That's how you leave a room. Yo, Squirrel Soul, what's going on? Yeah. Alexa's always trying to help out. Woo! Oh, it's 3. Devereaux left the chamber without a word. It's 3. It's time to take a break. I'm starting to feel it. Take a break, and then Scroll, you must be getting off of work or something. I feel like you always come around. You log in around the time I'm taking a hydration break or whatever. But with that being said, Scrolls, I'm super happy to have you here. Just hang tight, okay? Because I do need the break. I'm going to stretch the legs and then come back and then make sure I save this. And we'll do the digital writer's room. We have to catch up from next week. So hang tight. We'll be right back.
Hey everybody, take a break. Get up and stretch your legs. Give your pet a scratch. Drink some water. I'll be right back in about 10 minutes or so. the break is done. I hope you had some fun. I'm feeling great, can't procrastinate, 'cause I should be writing, so let's get back to the
Okay, thank you, Scrolls. Always appreciate you. I was just reading through everything that we have here, um, and catching myself back up on our past life um, scenario for our writer's room, right? So the idea was we were playing with eternalism. Something unlocks. We kind of have a what's called a genie in a bottle genre in a world where, in this world, a magical wish is made and Jim Carrey can't lie anymore, um, or the invention of lying, where in a world no one has ever lied before. Um, what else? Um, yeah. Uh, those are the two examples. They both involve lying, but I don't want to spend time racking my brain for comps. We have to write this thing. So let's take a look at some of the questions that we have answered. Who is telling the story? POV of the main character. Single camera, omniscient. Who's our main character and what they want? We have Larry, a female in her 20s, a blue collar food service job. Larry wants to be judged on her present and not her past. Could mean immediate and far past. used to be Cleopatra, known for her charms, responsible for the deaths of millions. And we have Paulina, or male 20s boyfriend, works across the street at a rival food service establishment. Paulina wants to be seen as an equal to Larry. Paulina has never, in the existence of human history, incarnated into anyone of note. Oh, that's crazy. What is getting in the way of what they want? The totality of their lives don't add up to equal gravitas. The external obstacle is the entire world knows who people used to be. Local news in small rural town proud to share they have Cleopatra as a resident. What will happen if they don't get it? They will break up. The past always comes back to haunt you. The one thing people can't see is the future. The future is always being constructed by past and present choices. Everyone can see the future, but no one can see how their love story turns out. Universal blind spot. We have a lot of high concept stuff here. Time travel, moving through to and through time. I don't. This always happens in writers' rooms. Even in the one that I was currently in. And, you know, it's just a common trap, but everybody wants to do something big and fun and travel through time and like do a body swap. And what if uh, uh, in this world nobody has a left hand and all this kind of stuff? Just for a future note, if you're going to start your own writer's room, I think you should start with the idea of trying to do something simple, but this is a diplomatic approach. It's a democracy, right? We voted on this. This is the story that we're going to write. Seems really heavy. Don't know how we're going to convey it in 5 pages, but what I would like to do is find the simplified version of this and decorate the advanced plot around it, or use it as the facilitator to move the plot forward. So let's take a look at what we've decided for our Act 1, Act 2, Act 3. I think very clearly, just based on all the notes that we're saying, well, this is a love story, right? So we have the reincarnated version of Cleopatra being being put back into a Dairy Queen, ironically, right? And maybe her lover, Paulina, who is male apparently, is working at the Burger King across the street. They're having their lunch break in a parking lot as the world is slowly waking up to realizing their past lives. Okay, so Act 1. We know that set in a parking lot on a break. They have the breaking news, or at least semi-new news around the world experiencing the eternalism boundary breaking. Space-time and consciousness have merged in a way that allows everybody to see past, present, and future in an omniscient way. There's 2 co-workers, a couple, who work across from each other. Dairy Queen, Burger King, and the woman from, the woman from Dairy Queen, Larry. I do want to change these names just for like clarity. In a 5-page document, we need to get it fast. And if you want to do names like this, that's totally fine. But you're probably going to have to do a little bit of explaining to your audience, like why they're named the opposite gender names. Are you trying to make that point? Doesn't seem like we are. It seems like we're just trying to tell a love story. So we don't want to get in the way of our own story. Now is not the time to maybe make that point. So we might end up tweaking the name for streamlining sake. Okay, Larry, you are great to me. So you are great to me. So if I'm something special, so are you. Okay, and then how these are example dialogue pieces we came up with. How you feel about me is the only thing that gives me value. Ooh, heavy. Act 2, old foes are reunited, but rivalry is cold by present-day responsibilities. So if it were, like we had an example of, like the Hatfields and the McCoys, I think, last week. The Hatfields and the McCoys, and like, oh, I still hate you, and the feud still rages on in me, but you're lucky I have to go walk my dog right now, because if he doesn't get his exercise, we know that he gets fussy at night, you know? But whatever more modern day problems that would be. Then I was the finest blank of my day. Hey, come clean out the grease trap, your royal whatever you were. Everyone used to think I was a genius, but now they think I'm ADHD, neurodivergent, obsessive compulsive, or autistic. Act 2 says, just make this a little easier to read for myself. I am a king, but I am a man just as you. I want for my friends just as any other. So there could be a dichotomy of the person who has always been in power, feared or adored, versus the person who has lived modest but without the worry of political power or having opportunistic people. Okay, that's pretty heavy. That's pretty heavy, but maybe we can simplify it for this exercise. Act 3, manager could reveal their past life, justifying their behavior. Oh, the manager's past life. So, let's see, who was Cleopatra's biggest enemy? Octavian, later known as Emperor Augustus, Caesar's adopted heir, who waged a war against her and Mark Antony, culminating in the decisive battle of Atticum in 31 BCE, leading to their defeat, suicides, and Egypt's annexation by Rome. Octavian strategically portrayed Cleopatra as a foreign manipulative threat to Roman values, to turn public opinion against her and Antony. Wow, history keeps repeating itself, doesn't it? Sound fucking familiar? Okay. Although I don't think people are gonna get like a big, well, who are you? I'm Octavian, formerly Emperor Augustus. Like, oh, that guy. So maybe that might not be a great twist unless Cleopatra's opposition is equally as famous as she is, which doesn't seem to be the case because I literally had to look it up. Sorry, history buffs, that I did not know that, but I am also kind of a reflection of just the poorly educated, average everyday American, so I guess a lot of people might not know that off the top of the dome, but we can still make the manager's identity a twist. So, like, who was a famous taskmaster? Now we know. Who's a famous, or maybe just give me a list of famous bad guys in real life. Number 1, Hitler, Stalin, Pol Pot. Clean out the Pol Pots. Okay. Saddam Hussein, Leopold II of Belgium. Did not know that. Okay, so maybe like we can make the manager Pol Pot or something like that in their past life. Let's go back to what we're going to be writing, the heart of the story. What is getting in the way of what they want? The totality of their lives don't add up to equal gravitas. So the "you're too good for me" argument, or "you're out of my league," or what happens when we find out where Mark Antony lives? Are you going to go back to him, whoever that may be? What will happen if they don't get it? We'll break up. Maybe we can intensify the stakes by they are engaged, right? They were already engaged, they're not married yet. You find out that you're Cleopatra in a past life, and you're this great ruler and queen. You become a local celebrity instantly, where you were just working at a Dairy Queen. Now you realize you are a queen. There are people who are fascinated with meeting you, who want to be with you, and not to mention who have been with you. Mark Antony being your famous lover that you never really got to finish ruling your kingdom with. The one thing people can't see is the future. The future is always being constructed by past and present choices. Everyone can see the future, or everyone can see the future, but no one can see how their love story turns out. It's a universal blind spot. Okay. I like the idea of not being able to see the future, so we have some stakes. If you already know what's going to happen, kind of takes the sting out of the operation. It is a romanticized thing to have like this love blind spot. But I'm trying to tell the simplest story possible, and I think that would be a nice set of rules to adhere to. Let me check the chat. What do you guys think now that we're catching up on all of our ideas? Okay, one word in the YouTube live, Caligula. I don't know how helpful that is. Under what pretext? How do you see it being used? Scrolls knows Octavian was really good at propaganda against Cleopatra and Mark Antony. I saw the episode on the fall of Cleopatra. Scrolls says, after seeing Pluribus, I found the high concept fades off after a few episodes. Vince Gilligan's name kept me through it, but I held the fast forward button through the last 2 episodes. See, I'm all in on Pluribus. I'm around for the slow burn. I don't need to do the fast forward when the writing is good. I don't mind like having my own thoughts, having space to have my own thoughts during the show, and then also having it provided, like the ability to provide it. I also think I'm waiting for a ball to drop too with Vince Gilligan, so it's always tension building. Okay. Any hoot. Let's take a look at this. So what we are still lacking is a clear sense of direction, right? So what we really need, now that we have a little bit of an outline, we have a little bit of an idea, we have our characters, we need to put this into story beats. We're gonna start building out this outline, this vague outline, into something more specific. So we're gonna know exactly what to write when it comes time to write it. So let's go ahead and build our story beats. I think I'm a slightly larger just because I like to have bigger fonts to read. Okay, so our story beats. Let's left justify everything. Bold it because I like it to be easy for you to read as well. And 1, our opening image. 2, we have our setup. 3, theme stated. 4 is our, sorry, 1 second. 4 is our catalyst. 5, debate. And then we have the commitment to the journey, which is in the Blake Snyder beat sheet, break into 2. For those of you who use the Save the Cat. Then we have fun and games. On this premise. Also, in here, we're going to, somewhere in between debate, there's like a 5.8 or 5A or something of the story, which I think it might be fun to talk about, like even just in brief, because we only have 5 pages. Mark Antony. Right, like how do you compete? How do you compete with Mark Antony? Then we have like a false victory or a false defeat. This is also kind of like this is also kind of your midpoint. This is the mechanism we use to kind of feel out the midpoint, right? False victory, false defeat. Then we have the where the obstacles intensify. Dark Night of the Soul, our lowest point, right? Then we have new idea or resolve. If you follow Save the Cat, that's break into 3. And then finale with mirrors the opening image, right? Okay, now I'm sorry I was typing all this out, but I want to make sure you guys can see it. Let me check what it looks like on my screen. Yeah, okay, you guys can see that. Okay, perfect. Now while I was doing that, let me check the chat, see what everybody else is saying. Scrolls, still good, perfect. YouTube. Oh, notorious bad guy from history. I see. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay, so as we've done a lot of the work, but what we're doing is basically organizing even more so we know exactly what we owe and we're going to sail through this writing. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at our Act 1 opening image. We have workers on a break in a parking lot. I like the idea of them workers from, not even workers. Let's go ahead and introduce our main character. I'm going to turn Larry into Laura and Lena into Paul. Okay, so we have Laura, female, in DQ uniform appropriately. Stands in front of Paul, male, in Burger King uniform, parking lot. We are watching how the setup is that these are all going to be basically the same beats because we have to move really fast in 5 pages. Watch breaking news, or we said not breaking news, but semi. Here's what's going to happen. Setup will be in the middle of an argument. Are you breaking up with me? Right, we start in the heat of the conflict. Theme stated is, do our pasts make our future, determine our futures? Wait a minute. Wait, if you could change anything in the story, would it be Fallout? Well, the girl's name was Larry. Oh wait, do we want to keep it? I was just trying to keep everything simplified because we had 2 like traditionally gender switched names. But in this case, I didn't want to get hung up on the names. I wanted to get hung up on the relationships. But if you guys want, you tell me the names and I'll stick with them. I'm just trying to keep it simple, but we'll do whatever we came up with. You can see the idea that Mark Antony is a CEO of an insurance company, Octavian being someone who is a low worker or something, maybe Cleo and Mark plot to find him on the edge about this guy. Here's what I'd say, Scrolls. Yes, excellent ideas, but try and keep it to the idea that we're trying to keep narrowing on the idea that we have. We're not trying to keep workshopping more ideas. So help me find something thematic to what's going on in this plot. And if Mark Antony is the CEO of an insurance company and everybody knows it, then that means maybe he's rich, maybe everybody knows him, and there's no reason for Cleo to not go back to him because he's like some he's like the Bruce Wayne. He's got to be like some sort of wealthy millionaire, notorious household name of a handsome bachelor that this poor fast food worker who has never been anybody famous in his past life is competing against. Let's see. Scroll says, how many people would claim to be a famous person of the past? Would someone use this to their advantage? Anyone can say it was actually like this in the past. The books got it wrong. Be a historian who knows the books, blah, blah. And I am this person. Like, yeah, okay. Gotcha. But we're going to do, oh, I see. Mooks, welcome. What we're doing is we're taking our, see, I wish I had multiple screens. I wish everybody had multiple screens so we can see everything. This is why writers have the big whiteboard on the wall and they work at a table together. But what we're trying to do is we've kind of crafted some rules of this world. The theory of eternalism has started to break down. Everybody is starting to remember their past lives. We've decided that maybe nobody knows what the future is. That way we can have more stakes because we don't know what the future holds for us. This is kind of the big fulcrum, this debate for our 2 people are centered around. We have somebody who worked at a Dairy Queen, somebody works at a Burger King. They're meeting in their parking lot in between their respective workplaces. They're on their 10. They got their 10-minute break, and we're coming in on the middle of the conversation of talking about breaking up, right? She used to be Cleopatra in the past, and this person is thinking back to all of his past lives, and he's like, farmer, peasant, beggar. I've never been anybody of note. I've never been anybody has ever remembered or written down in any sort of history book, ever. Why wouldn't you want to go back to Mark Antony, who has reincarnated into this famous yacht-having CEO? You're Cleopatra. Everybody is going to be fascinated by you. Everybody wants to know you, to know about your past, to be wowed by your infamous charms. I have nothing to offer you except, a free size up on your fries kind of a situation. I just don't know who you are anymore is a line. Okay, perfect. That seems like an Act 2 line. I'll put that in here. Don't know who you are anymore. Cool. I'll shrink this down. But remember, we're taking our big scope of ideas, all of our little post-its here, we're kind of figuring out where they're belonging, and now we're going to start applying them to the mechanics, the story beats. Here we have an opening image of, you guys decide on the names. I don't care about the names, I care about the characters and the relationships. But we have, right now, Laura, female, in DQ uniform, stands in front of Paul, male, in Burger King uniform in a parking lot. Setup. Are you breaking up with me? Theme stated. Do our past determine our futures? We have the catalyst. Eternalism is breaking down. Conscious. Consciousness is merging. Or like the barrier. The barriers of time and space are breaking down, allowing people to remember their past lives. Debate. Now, in debate, you'll have like home, work, and play in the Blake Snyder beat sheet. Remember that this is a short. This might not all make sense, but what we do really need is Laura or Larry or whatever you want to go with, and Paul or Paulina. POV, right? What is Laura's POV on the situation? Larry's POV on the situation? What is Paulina's POV on the situation? Right? Who wants to break up? Who called this off? Is it the Burger King himself saying, this crown is cardboard, just like my whole life. I've only ever been anybody who pretended or wanted to be famous or historical or an all-important leader. I don't want to hold you back. And is Laura, Larry / Cleopatra, maybe that'll be a way to put it here. We'll call her Cleo for short, and we'll call Paul, Paul, the peasant, as well. I don't want to hold you back. Your life is meant to be great. And then we have Cleopatra, which is, I don't want my past to define me. I love you and want to stay together. Those are the wants. What will the obstacles be if they stay together, if they don't stay together? And that's going to stand in for our homework and play, right? Let's have some fun brainstorming. This is the opportunity for the writer's room to start pitching on ideas. What would make this relationship a catastrophe if they were to stay together? Why would it be a catastrophe for them to fall apart? How would it affect their family and their friends? How would it affect their jobs, right? That's what the homework play is. Or we would never be able to go anywhere without people asking you about the fall of Egypt. Or we can't stay in Delaware anymore. You're Cleopatra. We have to go back to Cairo. Your people want you, or petitioning for you to go back to Cairo. Ooh. Wow. Okay, y'all. Let's heavy is the weight of the crown, right as Paul throws off the Burger King paper during breakup. Okay, we're still pitching lines. Cool, cool. I mean, if you got the lines, cool, but also help me with these story beats. That's important. Can't write the lines if there's no scenes to put them in. Okay, that's my little note to myself to do your note. Okay. Feels like end of Act 2, beginning of Act 3, probably. Okay, let's do, we keep talking about the CEO, so there needs to be a Mark Antony reveal as powerful, rich CEO. Seems like a little midpoint crisis, right? Or false victory, false defeat. You can see Cleo and Lori calling her to a higher purpose and making Paul feel small about it. Great, great, great. That is a good debate. Okay. So we have almost like that seems like work, right? The inner Cleopatra is calling herself to greatness. A higher purpose. Let's not make Paul feel small about it, right? Because we're in a breakup scene. They're already, there are no bad guys here, right? Paul can feel small himself, not having like a higher calling. But remember, no one finds themselves to be the bad guy of their own story. Like, she isn't doing that to Paul, to his feelings. She is having her own revelation of agency and is re-examining her own potential. And Paul can feel small. He can make himself feel small. Keep small and personal. Give me but an example of how that works in the story, right? So let's keep talking about the debate. If the inner Cleopatra is calling herself to greatness, then what's happening on the Paul side? Huh? Let me change this font, this color, just to... That's a question. We'll see this as breaking news on the phone. Home. Let's turn this into something. Work. Blue. So this is the setup. This is what they want. But what are the scenes going to contain? Okay, so good. For work, we have the inner Cleopatra calling herself to greatness, to a higher purpose. And then we have, what is Paul's inner peasant calling him to? A life of, I just manage they should be small and personal about their relationship just between the two of them and not consider something like Cairo. I see what you mean. Okay, gotcha. Still, a higher purpose is like to know what you're capable of. That's a good internal battle, but maybe not the world calling, Larry back to Cairo, being like, "Come home, Queen of Egypt." Got it. That's more like a pluribus, big high concept thing. But the life of Paul's argument is, I've always been poor, but I've always been happy. Can you say the same? And what is the play version, maybe? Love to still get some pitches out there. Home. One writer's room, you got this. Let me check on the Twitch side. Let's see. I can see the Cleo and Laura Larry calling her to high purpose. Okay. So while you guys brainstorm that, any other debates as to why these two purple points of view would be in conflict, right? This is the debate part of it. Should we move forward? Should we not move forward with the relationship? The whole scene is a will they, won't they breakup scene is what we're landing on. So Cleopatra, unbeknownst to her, has basically married an eternal, has been engaged to an eternal peasant, regaining her memory of all of her lives, both before and after Cleopatra, and having the breadth of history behind her. Is that something that she's willing to do? Is she willing to sacrifice another lifetime of mediocrity? I guess that's it, too. Maybe that could be it. The play is Cleo. Whoops. willing to sacrifice another lifetime of hers for a mediocre existence. Whoops. Mookie, what are we pitching? Conflicting habits or goals between the characters? I mean, just that you are pitching, the debate, points of debate as to whether they should or should not stay together with this new catalyst of information. Now that we know what we know, should we or should we not? What are the pros and cons? That's it. That's all we're doing. That's what they're talking about in the parking lot. Check the, keep refreshing the YouTube. Let's see. That's a money motivation. I think that maybe she's really beautiful and he's maybe ugly, or me and maybe ugly or me, and maybe she's really talented. When they're just playing around, he's kind of clumsy, but he treats her better than anyone ever. Okay, okay. So that's great. So, Cleo is really beautiful. And I think you were trying to say maybe he's mid. Peasant is mid. So it also can feel like any other contemporary debate over will they, won't they, right? Or you're kind of out of my league. Are you just getting cold feet, or is it because I'm Cleopatra, right? You're gonna leave me. You're meant to be great. I'm nothing, right? So, whoops, pardon me. Are you getting cold feet, or is this because I'm Cleopatra? And yeah, we can use, I know poor is a money argument, but it'll just be right now a placeholder for not necessarily money poor, but lacking in fame, lacking of note, lacking in inventing something that was beneficial to the world. Cog in the machine is really what it should be for. Okay, so we have a good sense of debate. Now let's keep moving to our commitment to the journey, the break into two, the Mark Anthony midpoint. Guys, wouldn't it be funny if Mark Anthony was like some big tech CEO, in the middle of this argument, he finds her phone number, and there's like literally, he comes between them via the phone. Hello, how did you get this number? It's Mark Anthony. Oh, do you want me to let you two be alone? No. Hey, Mark. Yeah, no, it is good to hear from you again. I'm just, now's not really a good time. Oh, no, I don't, like, what, could there be like this midpoint false defeat, if it's from Paulie's point of view, false victory, I guess, if it's from Mark Anthony's, like, want to be accomplished, where Cleo has to basically say, I've had my life with him, and I already know how that ended. I want my life with you because you've treated me better than anybody's ever treated me, and I don't know how it ends, and I want to find out. They don't have memories of the experiences. They just know who they were, like a DNA test. Okay, that's reformatting the entire catalyst that this was hinged on. I don't know. That could be a big cog in the wheel. It's a big pivot, but I don't know. How does everybody else feel about it in the chat? Let's turn this into democracy. Does the space-time consciousness barrier break down, and now we just remember our past lives, or are people subject to basically a really advanced 23andMe for their souls and get their printouts and are looking at who they used to be, their reincarnation ancestry.com situation? And also, you pitched that, but why? How does that help the story? Don't see it changing anything, makes it simpler. Okay. Between the characters, now it's goals. Okay. So maybe instead of looking at their phones getting the breaking news, they're getting their results, their soul reincarnation results. To me, I don't really care. It's still about the relationship and the characters. It could be them just knowing, it could be science, but to me the premise still feels the same. So let's keep we'll keep that in mind. Let's just keep plugging away these beats. Mark Antony is a rich, famous tech CEO who uses his power, money, influence to find Cleo and calls her in the heat of the moment. Declares his love. Okay. So actually that's part of the fun and games, right? Like our past lives really coming back to haunt us. Mark Antony declares his love for Cleo and makes her an offer. Let's rule together again. Right? The Golden State Killer, yeah. Let's see. Who they descended from, the knowledge changes them. But either track should play out with the same dynamic, so I'd keep plotting. Yeah, same. Yeah, Mookie, that's kind of what I'm thinking too. I guess it'll end up being whichever one takes up the less space on the page. Oh, we both know how that worked out. That's funny. A line from Paul. Or Cleo. I'll just put it here. I don't know who says it. False victory, false defeat. Kind of makes me think that if it's the DNA thing, like being a descendant isn't the same as being, like then we don't have this Mark Antony obstacle. If it's DNA, then like I don't know, I'm sure I'm descended from some sort of Italians, but it doesn't make me as a modern day person think I need to go find an Italian lady to marry, you know? But if it was like an unfinished love, like for instance, they, I can't remember, were they put to death, or did they commit suicide? How did Mark Antony and Cleo? It was Antony stabbed himself with a sword and died in Cleopatra's arms, while Cleopatra, to avoid being paraded in Rome, used a venomous asp to kill herself, with her servants dying alongside her. Yeesh! Okay, so suicide. Okay, writers, come on now, let's see. I think she was said to be a snake god or something like that. Oh, okay. I guess that's why all the snake imagery. We know how it worked out. So dying wet snake was her middle finger to the Romans. Oh, she was a snake god before her death. Wow. So we have a false victory, false defeat here, right? The midpoint. Cleo has to let me call you back. That's the worst, right? She hasn't made a yes or no answer. She's left it open-ended, like, oh, the possibility is there, but I need to know what this Paul guy is thinking. Because if we do break up and then I turn down Mark Antony, then I'm just working at the Dairy Queen by myself, right? So the obstacle intensifies, the tension intensifies. You need to make a decision right now. Come on. How about this? To add another obstacle. Breaks over, Your Majesty. Need you to come clean out the grease traps. So now we have this moment of, so what we really have done is crafted the airport gate moment. You know, back before people understood what airport security was in screenplays, they go, okay, go, it's for the best, right? Goodbye, sorrowful goodbye. Oh, I'll never be the person who gets to be with the person who's flying to Paris for school or whatever. And friend gets a call. Friend gets the sage advice that says, "What? You know that she picked you all along, right? She doesn't want to go to art school. She wanted to be with you, but you didn't make the right decision. What? The whole time? Blah blah blah. You got to run back through the airport security gates, jump over the turnstile, run through the terminal. Stop, stop, stop. I love you. Blah blah blah. Kissy, kissy, kissy. Right? So." Here is the Dark Night of the Soul, where we have where Cleo is going to go back to the Dairy Queen. She gives the ring, the meager ring, back to Paul. Paul turns the ring over in his fingers, watching her walk away. He needs to dig down deep, right? He needs to gather some courage. He needs to have a light bulb moment. Well, you know what? Once, I may have never been anyone of note, but I did spend a lifetime as a farmer in Argentina, and one thing that I learned was the value of persistence, and I used to herd yaks, and there was this famous saying in my village at the time, and it said blah, 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 and I think that's you. You're my yak, and he puts the ring back on the finger, and then they live happily ever after. Something like that, right? Okay, let's see. So pitching ideas like that, right, to help me get to the end, y'all. Let's see. Scrolly's lighting up the Twitch here. Says that when the Tums defeats the spicy food. Okay. You always hear the question, if you could interview anyone from the past, who would it be? Imagine if everyone finds out the famous celebrities of the past are now alive, where it gets out about local Burger King workers, Cleo's reincarnation. Exactly, yeah. Archaeologist, geologist within. I'm not a smart man, but I know what love is. Yes, that's the moment, though. Yeah, right? That's the moment. I'm going to put that. I know it's Forrest Gump, and I'm not a smart man. But I know is moment. And we can craft that more specifically as we get to it. It's more important that we have the moment. And then the finale mirrors the opening image. So if Paul puts the ring back on Cleo, then maybe our opening image is them mid-breakup, and she, see, these things keep sliding up the more we write. The opening image could be Laura sliding off the ring for Cleo, sliding off a ring and handing it back to Paul, right? That's how we kind of create that callback. We just work backwards. He didn't have a notable past, but he did have a loving upbringing, and that's what made him rich in character. Okay, okay. So now that we have all of our beats, let's put it into a script and see how it works out. Give me one moment here. New file. All right, y'all. This is that thing where the screen starts to get a little cluttered. So bear with me while I reorganize so you can see a final draft. Final draft, untitled, screenplay, okay. Da-da-da. Okay. Okay. Let's see. So I will. Oh shit, I'm on the wrong one. Digital Writer's Room. No wonder. Final draft. There we go. I'll put this over here and slide this over here. Okay, this is like the best I can do as far as organizing the mess that we're about to clean up. Okay, before we start typing, I'm going to check the chat for any last minute things. Let's see. Y'all make sure you have subbed over to his YouTube channel. Yeah. Good reminder. Thank you. Yeah, I would love to stream vertically on YouTube, but apparently not popular enough. So if you can, please go subscribe to my YouTube channel. You don't even have to watch it. I just need those numbers, baby. Just need 50 people so I can say what I want to in a vertical format, if you don't mind. Oh, I see. Paul feels isolated for it. I see what you mean. So catalyst. So there's an inciting incident and there's a catalyst. So let's kind of clarify that with our inciting incident catalyst. Laura is becoming a local celebrity. Okay, so let's get back to work here. Okay, so we have exterior, whoops, parking lot, day. We decided what these people's names are. I almost want to just call them Cleo now. I'm gonna make an executive decision. It'd just be ironic that Cleo was named Cleo, which was short for Cleopatra, which is her actual name. Just kind of keep everything simple, or no? What's everybody thinking? Anybody? Oh my goodness. Her ex is found out to be Mark Anthony, not a descendant. It's a new surreal test, past lives test, not a descendant. Okay, I made text chain. I think I've killed 4 out of 20 pages. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. Cool, Carrie. And excellent, excellent. Have a great night. Hope that pitch deck gets you the grade you're looking for. I hope it gets made. It's a beautiful idea. Have a great night. Thank you so much for taking the time to jump on the live stream and hang out with us today. Okay. Now, outside of a name, I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to, well, I could always change a name, but it's more important to start. I'm not going to get hung up on this. Laura, let's say 20s. Let's see, we want to make her beautiful. Or how about this? Dark, elegant features, like Cleopatra. Dark, elegant features. Pulls ring off. Hidden in a Dairy Queen uniform. Pulls a meager engagement ring off of her finger. With a tear and hands it to Paul. 20s. Unremarkably plain. Man with a kind face. He is wearing his Burger King uniform. Cardboard crown. Okay, so that's our opening image, right? Oh, I can't do strike throughs, but I like to do strike throughs and like move through the list. But we'll just move through it. Yeah, I think it's good, at least while we write, because I get jumbled up sometimes and the comment sounds confusing. No problem, Scrolls. You're just doing your vomit drafts with me, baby. All good. Okay, so setup. Are you breaking up with me, Laura? Well, we have the ring. We don't have to say it out loud, right? We have the actions. We have the action, so the dialogue on top of it is a little much. What we do want to know is that it's Paul's idea and not Laura's idea, right? So let's see. I think it's for the best. And not being malicious about it. He's trying to say, this is his idea, and he's not a bad guy for asking for this ring back. That's how we set that up. Oops. So it's not, are you breaking up with me? It's Paul saying this is for the best. Turn the question into a declarative. theme stated, do our pasts determine our futures? Shoe into the asphalt, the parking lot. Oh, Cleo. Haha, Laura. It's not my fault. It's no one's fault. Paul holds up his phone to show Laura his, what do we call them? Past life test results. You can scroll if you want. You can scroll to the beginning of time. Never been anyone who amounted to anything. Right? So do our past determine our future? Exciting incident, catalyst, the barriers of time and space are breaking down. Okay, so we decided that it was going to be more scientific. We're just writing it off as like a past life test. We don't know the ins and outs. We just know that people know their past lives. A car drives by, honking. A man hangs out the window, taunting Laura, because we need to know that she's Cleopatra. These characters already know, so she doesn't have to re-say it. But much to Scrolly's note, which is like we need to make it feel like Laura is now becoming a local celebrity, and that people are realizing that, oh my God, it's Piedmont's. It's Piedmont's own. Piedmont has Queen Cleopatra in it now, you know. So what's a good line? What's a good small town that this man can say hanging out the window that will let the audience know Laura is Cleopatra? And she's becoming a local celebrity about it. Man. Cat calling almost. Maybe there's a hyphen in there. I don't think I've ever written cat calling. Let me check the YouTube. Anybody got an idea for a line? Huh? Come on, writers. Writer's room. Write with me. Tell me what to put. A past lives app. Yeah, the past life test results could have come from the past life app. Hey Cleopatra, I got a throne for you to sit on. Rolls her eyes and refocuses on Paul. Oh, we got a line. The Egyptian queen can't make it past junior server at Dairy Queen. It's like one of those Nelson. Hey, hey. Oh man, I'm getting messed up. Okay. Scrolls. I got nothing. I need more caffeine. That's okay. That's all right. It's all right. We got stuff now. It even makes me want to think like, hey, this is a great time for research. Like, what are the staff positions at Dairy Queen? And like maybe they have something like sandwich. Maybe they have their own version of sandwich artist. Like we'll call this Cleo and Paul. Cleopatra and Paul. Desktop. Save. The Chill Crew, front counter, kitchen, assistant, shift leader. But the entry-level crew members are called the Chill Crew. See, that's funny, but the fact that I had to look that up makes me think maybe it's just easier to say the Egyptian queen can't make it past cashier, front counter. They also have a cake decorator, assistant manager, right? Blizzard Maker. The Egyptian queen can't make it past Blizzard Maker. So now instead of doing this weird kind of sexual thing, we can do this. Laura flips off the car. And refocuses on Paul. Yeah, but everybody knows what, see, like, that's what I like about your thing. Like, you have to know the Chill Crew. You probably have to be an employee at Dairy Queen to know Chill Crew, but everybody, I think everybody's had a Blizzard from Dairy Queen. So, very good call. Very good call. Great job, writer's room. Okay, so let's keep moving. We have our inciting the barrier, time and space. We've kind of narrowed it down to an app. Breaking news on the phone is now just the app on the phone. We see that the community now knows that Laura is Cleopatra, making her kind of not necessarily a local celebrity, but definitely infamous in her community. Refocusing on Paul, we have I don't want my past to define me. I love you. I want to stay together. And then Paul's point of view is I don't want to hold you back. Your life is meant to be great. But these are on the nose, right? Actions. These are actually how our characters are feeling. But what we're going to use is our homework play debate to bury that underneath other ideas about why they can't be together and turn it into subtext, right? So the motivation is the subtext, but what do humans say to make themselves not seem vulnerable to other human beings? That's what that's what our dialogue is going to look like here. So we have on our whiteboard, we have Cleo is really beautiful. The peasant guy is mid. Are you getting cold feet, or is this, so I'd almost say, is this because I used to be Cleopatra, or because you're getting cold feet? All right, putting the ball back in his court. And that's a question. Or if we can make it not a question, we make it more powerful, which would be feeling this isn't about me being, and then we get to say it, like really reaffirm it, Cleopatra in a past life. It's about you having cold feet, right? Let's see, we have another one. The Egyptian queen can't even figure out how to get the shake machine working. Yes, I like the idea of keeping it blizzards because DQ are blizzards, right? But like those machines are always down, aren't they? They're always down. So maybe even if we, I have a feeling we could always workshop this man's line. What was the new suggestion? The Egyptian queen. Can't get the blizzard maker to work at Dairy Queen. Okay, honestly, there's something in there, and it deserves some fine tuning, but we don't want to get hung up in the one line. The sentiment is there. We're gonna move on, and we can come back to it when we're doing punch-ups, right? So let's not get too distracted. Let's keep making our let's keep working through our beats. Why wouldn't she end up on 60 Minutes or the Rest is History podcast confirming and denying historical facts? I'm just getting calls for this. Is this going off the it's your DNA but you don't remember the past idea? Then it makes more sense along these lines. Not sure. I think once it gets a bit more, yeah. It's just a placeholder. And like with Final Draft, I think, oh, they used to have like a little plus button where you could, oh dang, put in alt lines. Yeah, there used to be like a little plus or minus. That's so weird. I wonder if it's still in my Final Draft 11. I'm not going back right now, but just something to kind of keep in the back of our noodles, y'all. Okay, so the work is the inner Cleopatra calling herself to greatness, a higher power. Always been poor, but I've always been happy. Can you say the same? That kind of thing. But rich in character is what we were going to go for. We're not trying to actually talk about money. We're trying to talk about status. We're trying to talk about a sense of self-importance. Now, we can also put these words in Cleopatra's mouth via Paul. You said it yourself as soon as you got the results. Maybe I'm meant for something greater than working at Dairy Queen, right? Paul is, Paul's insecurity is like using her exploration of the thought of this past life result to protect himself from being hurt before she can do it, is really what's happening. You said yourself. Can see the Egyptian Queen Blizzard joke coming from the coworker. Yeah, maybe. I'm just trying to get them in and out, right? The reason I like the on contrast to all the praise she's receiving elsewhere. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, maybe. But remember, we have to move through this. If you have a coworker and they're literally standing outside of their places of business, and you have a coworker yelling outside of a door, and the coworker just came out there to say that, go back inside to visit a manager. I like the idea of like a car driving by, shouting the piece of information that we need, so that we can get back to Laura and Paul. We'll also have the manager come in at Act 3, remember. He can say anything and be as mean as he wants to, and she'll be like, don't listen to him, he used to be Pol Pot, right? So we are gonna have that moment. I do think it's more Act 3 though, Scrolly. I think that could be the manager moment. Mookie says maybe Laura can first say it's something else, and then Paul can be the one who cuts her off, or maybe it's about you being Cleopatra. Give it to me. Is this about, like, the Gen Z version of it would be like body count, you know, or something stupid like that. You being Cleopatra. And then it could still be pointed. And then if you do like a repetition, then you're building up momentum. Or maybe, and it's starting to feel like a couple's argument, or maybe it's about you having cold feet. You said it yourself. Maybe you're meant for more than this. All these maybes. But whenever you do it on purpose, it makes it feel like you're going to signal to the actors that they're going to hit those maybes. Well, maybe this, maybe that. Well, maybe da-da-da-da-da, right? But I don't like this. I don't like the idea of something in 2026 being like not okay with sex, or not being sex positive in 2026. It's just too dumb for our characters. But we need to find an equivalent. Is this about the time? Is this because I forgot our anniversary? Is this because I didn't get you a good enough birthday gift? Is this because I forgot your favorite color? Something. My online social media score. Something real. Something real that somebody might take personally, right? Be vulnerable in this moment. What's something in a relationship that you've had that that made you feel bad, or a moment where even like a well-meaning partner made you feel, or made someone feel, your friend, your mom, your dad, and anybody could have seen it happen, made you feel a little less than. Maybe it's about you not being anybody. Ooh. If that's the case, then this is good, but it needs to precede this line. And it needs to be the button. It needs to be the thing that shuts everybody up. And also, scrolls, remember, we've had this moment. You can scroll to the beginning of time. I've never been anyone who amounted to anything. We have writtenness. While I like yours better, you have to replace this moment. We have to give information to the audience that allows people to know that there is a past life test that you can take and you can get these kind of results. Right? So you have to also pitch me a replacement for this moment. So Paul holds up the phone to show Laura. Let's see. We have the ring being handed back. I think it's for the best. Cleo digs her shoe into the asphalt of the parking lot. It's not my fault. It's no one's fault. Paul holds up his phone to show Laura his past life test results. So if we cut this, it'll be, it's not my fault. It's no one's fault. A car drives by. A man hangs out the window, taunting Laura. Man, the Egyptian queen can't make it past Blizzard Maker, a Dairy Queen. Laura flips off the car and refocuses on Paul. Is this about my online social media score? No. So let's cut that. So it can work like that. I'll put this down here in case we need it. Is this because I mixed up your birthday with my dad's? Paul. No. We need a rule of 3, right? This is going to get moved down too. Is this something? Is it something? Is it something? Well, maybe it's about you being, is it about me being Cleopatra? Or maybe it's about you being Cleopatra. Is this, or is it actually about you never having been anyone, right? I don't understand, Scroll. I'm trying to take your note. Maybe Laura can say something else and Paul cuts her off. Maybe it's, I like the, maybe it's about you being Cleopatra, but I didn't mean it like that. Criticizing something you did, that was nice. You always have to fatten things up kind of comment. You mean a passive-aggressive comment, Scrolls? I'm trying to take the note. I just don't exactly know what you're trying to ask. Gabe says, app intro in the cold open. So if this is our opening image, there's a cold open where close up, phone screen, this is not a scene editing. Action. Let's call it notable figures. Big fat 0. Okay. Babe says, I love these shows or the app. Okay, you know what I'm realizing is like everybody is having different ideas for how this should go, but really it's going to be my job to make the ultimate decision. Or maybe it's because I'm a nobody and you're Cleopatra. You asked what kind of things in a relationship. Private messaging someone you shouldn't. Okay. I'm actually going to go back to the way it was, I think. I appreciate everybody's input, but ultimately, we have to tell the story in the best way possible. I'm going to stick to this being up here. Here. Okay. No. Um, of course not. Is it that or Cleopatra? And throws back her head in frustration. Don't care. I don't care about that. Let's see. Anyone else does. It's only a matter of time. You will too. You said it when you found out. You said maybe I'm meant for something greater. Okay. So, with that being said, let me check everything. Okay. So, guys, it's approaching 5. I don't know if you can hear. My dog is whining at me because she needs to go outside for her walk. Come here and see the camera. Come here and show people your face. This precious baby who is fighting an ear infection is whining at me and does need to go outside. We're 2 pages in to, oh my goodness, a 5-page script. But listen, y'all, here's the deal. We're going to be able to finish this and start on a new project the next Tuesday because we're cruising. We have all of our beats. We know what we should be writing. Remember, the thing that was holding us back right now was just being a little bit nitpicky about the delivery, what line we want to say. This is a digital writer's room, so what I'm trying to do is be diplomatic and fold everybody's ideas in. Uh, Ultimately, though, what I would normally do on my own as a writer is do a vomit slash rough draft of these scenes in the order of the beats that we had created. And then I would go back and then start doing punch-ups and move around structure and stuff like that. So I think that's what I'm going to do next time. I'm going to force you guys to get through um, a full rough draft. It's going to be terrible. It's going to be filled with a bunch of things for us to fix. But the important thing is that I think I can show you guys how to not get sidetracked and start looking at story from big to small to make everything digestible and finishable. So we can show you how to finish a 5-page script and show you how not to get hung up in the myopic process of, well, actually, let's go back to the drawing board, or actually, what if the name was this, or what if the line was the inverse of what it was. Those are the things that arrest development, and the things that will that you can spend a lot of time mulling over and actually never finishing the project. There's always going to be time to tinker. With that being said, we'll use my methodology of like powering through the rest of the script, getting it all out beat for beat during the next Digital Writers Room next Tuesday at noon. And then we'll do our tinkering and our punch-ups, okay? So be prepared for that. Also, it's 5 o'clock. I've got a doggy who needs me. It's time to raid and run. But if you haven't yet, please go visit my YouTube channel and be sure to follow. Even if you don't watch, baby, I need those numbers so I could stream vertically. It would mean a lot to me. And Scrolls, Mook, Meowtha with the dancing dinosaur, Carrie Ann, I know you're gone, but Gabe, thanks for being on the live stream. You guys know I appreciate you and I appreciate your company. And it's time to raid and run. I wonder who is streaming right now. Let's take a look and see who we're going to raid today. Gabe, are you about to stream? At all? Otherwise, let's see. Otherwise, oh, Mika's on. It'd be nice to raid her. As if you're in the mood for some cozy gaming, with a beautiful soul and a sweet, happy disposition, you're going to love Squeaka. Let's go ahead and prepare to raid. So Squeaka 1? No, just Squeaka. Okay. All right, everybody. Thanks so much for tuning in today. Sorry about the technical difficulties up top, but I'm glad we got through it. I appreciate you, and I'll see you next Tuesday. Bye-bye. Let's raid. Here it goes. And in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Here we go.